I got Milky Way for blood, evolution in my veins. I've been far away, I'm illuminated now, make a move, start the waves. I've been dreaming about flying for a long time. I had a vision from the crazy walls of confine. Artificially intelligent way, I'm your future, past and present, I'm a fine line. Yeah, I'm a missing link of this illusion. I am not really here, I'm an intrusion. I don't swim or sink, I just flow. I don't need gravity, I just need growth. I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble. When I move, it's an earthquake rumble. I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble. When I move, it's an earthquake rumble. I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.
Warning. This episode contains content that may be disturbing or sensitive to listeners. Discretion is advised.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Duchess, and this is where we talk about missing cases and true crime. And tonight we are back with the regular scheduled Tyler Doyle live stream. We had a impromptu live stream on Monday with some 911 information that we had to get out. So I want to welcome everyone in. We have a lot of things to discuss, and I want to try to stay on point so we can get through this in a decent amount of time, because I know you guys have things that you need to do. We may have Shay join us. She has the link, so if she is available to join us, she will. Please put some hearts and prayer hands in the chat for Miss AJ. We're welcoming her back again tonight for us to have this discussion and unfolding of statements. And we have several things that we're going to be looking at. Kind of have some stuff lined up. I just want to go over and say hey to everyone in the chat, and thank you guys so very much for coming by to join me. I didn't get to really speak to a lot of people in the beginning because it was kind of an impromptu thing. And, I kept y'all longer than I expected to, y'all. And I'm so sorry on Monday. I didn't know it was going to turn into such an elaborate stream. But sometimes when you are getting information and you're having a discussion and it's going so well, you just need to kind of get it all out. And that's kind of what we did on Monday. So I just want to say thank you to the Mod Squad for being here and helping all of the people in the chat if they have questions or if they need links. Thank you guys so much for being here. Hello, Michelle. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to see you. Hey, Kelly, it's so good to see you. Thank you for being here. Got to go. Wow, there's been a lot of people in here. At the very first person, Tracy Martin, in the chat tonight. Thank you for being here, Tracy. Hey, Shelly. Hey, Donna. Kelly still believes in miracles. It's possible. I still believe in miracles myself. Hey, Shayla, thanks so much for being here. And Shayla's a member. Thank you so much for being a member. Camshaft's a member. Thank you so much, Camshaft. I appreciate you being here. Hey, Rosie. I have some information that Rosie she is helping behind the scenes, and I just want to give her a shout out. Thank you, Rosie, for all that you do to help support the Doyle family and help us find answers. So thank you so much. Hey, Aiden, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for coming over. Hope you're doing good. Hey, Beverly, it's good to see you. Hey, Linda, how you doing? Hey, Lisa K. Hey, Margaret. It's good to see you. Nicole. Hi, Elizabeth Golightly. Very nice to see you. Do you think all the criminals are watching so they can come up with more lies? That's interesting. Annabella thinks it's interesting. Hello, hello. Hey, Tony. I'm glad to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Hey, Callie. Hey, Jamie. Callie, thank you for being a member. I appreciate you, Annabella. Thank you so much for being a member. I love you so much. I appreciate you. Who else do we have here? I just want to make sure I speak to everybody before we get started. Hi, Bridget from near Holden Beach. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I'm glad you could be here. Hi, Shannon. It's good to see you. Shannon's a member. Aiden is a wonderful friend, isn't he? Hey, Kat M. Kat says she can't wait to hear tonight's juiciness. Well, it might be. I don't know. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. Hey, Crystal, thanks for being here. Hey, Amanda, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you, Christine. While you guys are here, please go over and hit the like button and share this stream out. It helps to get Tyler's name in the algorithm, and we need as many people to see this video as possible to get the information out for the Doyle family. And I really appreciate you guys taking the time to do that. Hey, the Real T, you are right on time. Thank you so much for joining us. Hey, Dragon. I'm keeping you in my prayers. And I just want to let you know that I love you so much. Hi, Scott. Thanks so much for being here. Hey, Misty. Hey, Miranda. I'm so glad you're back. Appreciate you being here. Yes, thanks to everyone who likes and shares this video. We really appreciate it. Hey, Velvet. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Jean. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Hey, Deanna. Racer 74's wife. Hey, from Lexington. Thanks for being here. Oh, thank you, the Real T. So are you. Look how beautiful she is, y'all. We have amazing people that are here supporting Tyler Doyle. Hey, Lindsay. Hey, Jennifer. Thanks for being here. Hey, Amy, you're from Troy? That's not far from where I was born and raised. I know exactly where you are. It's beautiful out there. Hey, GM. Thanks for being here. Hey, Justia. My sweet friend, I hope you're doing good. Alex and Renee, thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad to see everybody. And of course, we got AJ's here. Of course, she's on panel. Hey, Corey, thank you so much for being here. We got Bridget Anderson here. Thank you so much for being here. Amber Hammer, thank you for joining us. Hey, Stephanie. Hey, Echo Z Gamer. Thanks for being here. Hey, Kristen. Hey, Angie. We're going to get into some stuff tonight. Hey, MJ5. MJ5's a member. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Cindy. Hey, Austin. Hope you're doing good. Hey, Roxy. Hope everybody's doing good. Hey, sweet lean on me. I'm so glad to see you, darling. Been thinking of you too. Hey, JoJo Jackson. Thanks so much for joining us. There's HR 7562. I'm glad you came back. Good to see you too. You're on your way back. Yeah, I saw that you were visiting your aunt. I hope that she's doing okay. Y'all were on my prayer list. Hey, Miranda. It's good to see you. Praying every day for this family. Have a 19-year-old son and a 27-year-old son that duck hunts. And if it was one of them, I would be doing just like Shay and her family. I would not stop. Thank you so much, Melissa. Hey, how you doing, Tracy? Good to see you. I hope you're doing good. Hey, Catherine. They didn't launch from Sunset Beach. They launched from out behind my house in Little River. Yeah, the landing is actually in Little River. but it just happens to be that the jetty is connected to Sunset Beach, and I'm going to walk y'all through that tonight, and actually show you where the dogs hit in conjunction with the GPS that showed where Tyler was on that north side of the jetty. I think you guys are going to find all of that very interesting. Hey, Becky, I'm so glad to see you. I hope you're doing good. Hey, Haley from Tennessee. We got a lot of people from Tennessee in this chat, and I just want to thank y'all so very much for being here for this case here in South Carolina. Hey, Camille. I hope you're doing good. Hey, Angela. Hey, Allie. Good to see you. Hey, Kayla. Okay, guys. So let's get into it. AJ,
I'm here.
how are you doing, darling?
I am so good.
I
I
am
am
so
so
glad.
good. Thank you for
I'm
having
gonna
me here.
hop over here. I'm gonna get this banner up and going. Let me see which banner I will put up here. We're just gonna do this one, and let me take a look here. I haven't got on my phone yet. I just need to get up here to my little overlays.
Crystal, I made a whole pot.
Hubby got home late, so we just went and got some barbecue sandwiches and some stuff. Before we begin, I'm gonna go ahead and play my copyright disclaimer real quick, just to show it, because I am gonna be playing a couple of videos tonight. And so this is copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, let's just start here. Because I feel like we all just need to take a deep breath over the last few days. And this is where I am today. Somebody sent me that and it made me laugh, and I just had to share that with y'all because
It's really important.
Just Tiff, hang on a second. I got to do something. All right, just Tiff, can you type in the chat real quick? Because I just got on my phone because I can't do all the things from my laptop because, smashing buttons. Yes. Sometimes one time Smiley smashed some buttons and she blocked me. And that wasn't what she was trying to do. And we laughed about that for the longest time. Yes, Lord have mercy, Annabella. I had to take it there. Also, I wanted to give you guys just a quick update. This was the poll from last week, in case anybody missed it. I just wanted to get some feedback, what your thoughts are, in case you missed the live stream that we had last. This was, I just thought that was interesting.
Me too. I didn't know that was the question you had actually.
That is not a reflection of, necessarily of my own. I just want people to see that there are many people that feel a certain way. And so when I do a poll, guys, please, 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 I try to wait till the end to close the poll out because we had 300 people in the live stream, but we only had 184 votes. So if I do a poll, I really need you guys to fill that poll out because I want it to be as accurate as possible. Oh, Tiff, I wanted to because, I just want to make sure you're good and you can handle your business. I know you're busy working, so I just appreciate you being here and listening. I think it is interesting, and I just wanted to get that out of the way. Also wanted to do a quick thank you to my very good friend, Carrie, and I just wanted to say thank you for my shirt.
which was super cute.
I love it. And thank you for my gift. I really appreciate you so very much. And it is so soft. It is so soft. I love it so much. Okay. Now that I've got that out of the way, I had a couple of subscribers before we get started that said, I don't know how to join your membership. I don't know where to leave comments after the live stream ends. Different questions like that. And I just wanted to know, does anybody in the chat need me to walk you through that before we get started? Because I've gotten tons of messages and I would rather just walk you guys through it if you have those questions and just show whatever it is that I need for you guys to take a look at. And if not, then we can move forward. I want to make sure that anyone that comes to my channel knows where to go if they need something. That's why I'm here. So you can always feel free to ask me, and I'm happy to do that. So you love that shirt, Camille? I'll have to get you one, girl. Thank you, Hannah. I know I need to have like only murders in the building, except for I guess that would be like Horry County.
Oh,
I don't know.
wow.
I'll have to think about it. But that is a good idea. I love to podcast, and I appreciate you saying that. Thank you, Hannah, for being here. Thank you, Christian. I appreciate that. So if you guys don't know how to join, Michelle has just dropped the link. If you have a problem, just feel free to reach out to me. If I am in the middle of a discussion, though, that's why we have the moderators here in chat, and they can help walk you through it if you have any questions or problems. Sometimes people actually gift memberships to other people. So I wanted to show you how to turn on your gift settings for membership so that if anyone buys and gifts memberships to my channel and you receive one of those, you can be a recipient if you so choose. You don't have to ever turn it on, and you don't ever have to become a member. You don't ever have to, like, I don't need my Cash App dropped. I don't need your money. That's not why I'm here. We're here to have a discussion, and we're like a team. We're here to talk it out. So if anyone needs help with that, I do want to show you guys how to turn on the gift settings, because I don't think a lot of people know that. It took me forever to figure out how to be gifted a membership, guys. And it was by a total fluke that I figured it out. So there might be other creators you watch on YouTube and you want to sign up for the same thing. So I'm here to just help you out no matter who you're sub to. If you want to join somebody's membership, it doesn't even have to be mine. If you want to join another membership, you need to know how to do it. So real quick, it's not going to take 5 minutes. So if we go over here, let's say we go over here to my channel. Okay. Like here is my channel right here. Can you guys see that? And if you see this button right here at the top that says join, you can click that button and it will take you to the analyzer, the 99¢. It tells you everything that's included in this. Then you have Internet Investigator. Then you have the Advocate. And then you have the Champion for the Missing. Those are the 4 levels. The top 3 levels get into Discord. Now, if you hit on these 3 buttons right here, the little 3 dots beside the X in that upper right-hand corner, you can go down and it will say learn more about memberships, report video, report perks, or gift settings. And then you can hit gift settings and you can see this little box that comes up. It says allow gifts. You could receive a 1-month membership to channels you interact with, including Duchess. You can still receive gifts from channels you've allowed before. And you can actually choose to turn this button on. And if someone ever, gives a membership, whether it's on my channel or another channel that you watch, you can elect to switch this on. And if somebody does that, you could be selected to get one of those memberships. So I hope that helps.
I didn't even know you could give memberships.
Yeah, you can actually gift those. If you go down to the bottom button, like let's go over here to my live stream real quick. So if you go down to the bottom of the chat, there's going to be the little dollar sign, and you can either send like the super sticker, the super chat, and then, or you can go to membership gifting. You can actually, and a lot of times that may not be available on some phones, or at least it used to not be, but I could used to only do it on a laptop. So, but I just think it helps because you may have other channels that you watch and you want to engage with. So, thank you, Crystal, for becoming a member to the Analyzer. Welcome. Welcome to House Duchess. Look, Miranda gifted a membership. You are so awesome, Miranda. Thank you. You are so amazing, guys. Yay. And see, I guess Crystal received it. Is that right? Or did you actually join, Crystal? Who got gifted? Lean on Me was gifted by Miranda. Lean on Me. Let me go find you, lady. Miranda Rabin. Oh, thank you. I was a member, but ran into some financial issues and had to pause it. I do understand, and listen, you're never required to have a membership. It's just something that people do. And I appreciate your support, but it's never required. I want to make that very clear. I'm a member of several channels, and so I understand, and I didn't even know how to do that, guys. I had to figure it out on my own, and I just wanted to let you guys know. You may have other people you want to, or you may want to give somebody a membership on another channel. That's how you do it. I hope that helped. And if you have an iPhone, it always has to say /join at the end. I have discovered in order for you to be able to use that, that has to be a universal link, I think. So if Nightbot's link isn't working, then you may need to use the one that the mods are actually dropping. So, Mandy, you can go over there and it will list to you what all comes with the membership. Usually it's things like shout outs, having your name on the screen. Like I may point out your comments, or you may receive my comments first. I'm more likely to, because I can see you guys, and sometimes I will just always, acknowledge you guys first. The top 3 members, the selections can actually come into Discord, which is where we share true crime cases and missing cases, things like that. And it's a place where members can have access to be able, if they need to, they want to talk to me or see what's going on with the other cases that I'm working on, not just Tyler's case, they have that option to do that. And I put that link out a couple times a month on the membership wall for the top 3 tiers. Tiers, that was the word I was trying to think of. My goodness. Oh my gosh. I need to go make some coffee. You would love to be grifted or gifted? I don't think you want to be grifted, girl. Oh my gosh. And I understand that Lisa Blake became a member before I went live. So, Lisa, thank you so very much for becoming a member today. Because she was one of the people that was like, "Can you please walk me through this?" And then she was like, "I figured it out." So I just thought I would do it anyway, Lisa. So thank you so much for becoming a member. It really means a lot. So thank you for letting me walk you guys through that, just so that you would know, um, you know, how to do that. I just wanted to make sure that we got that out of the way because I had a lot of messages about it, and I just thought the easiest way to do it is just to do it while we're live. That way you can see it live on the screen. Did it? I hope that helped. Aiden just found the Facebook group and he just joined it. Oh, that's great. Lean on me. I love you so much. You're such a sweetheart. How do you receive a membership? You just turn on that little allow gifts button, which is on the top three, the three little buttons. On the membership, when you click on membership, you can go to the three buttons and click on that, and you'll see gift settings. And that's it. Sarah, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Allie, I really appreciate y'all so very much. Cherie. Oh, I love y'all so very much. I'm going to have to play my little song over here for you. And then we're going to have to get into it because we have a lot to talk about. But I really appreciate y'all very much for doing that. Oh, lean on me. That's not true. You're a wonderful moderator, and I appreciate it. Hey, Dolly Bear, I'm so glad to see you. Thanks for joining me. I just saw Libby up here in the chat. I know. And see, listen, I have ADHD, y'all. I had 10 things going. And y'all, okay, so now that we got that out of the way, I want to give the floor to AJ because she has a few things that she wants to say. And I think that we have some people listening, and I want to make sure that we get that taken care of so we can kind of get in the order of things that we're going to do things. So thank you guys for letting me walk you through that. I just wanted to make sure that we got that out of the way. And we will celebrate all of the things at the end of the live stream because I really just want to get all of this stuff out on the table so we can get to discussing it. So, AJ, what would you like to start out with?
I think I want to. There's so much being said, and I know that a lot of people that are here are not in the group. I've posted this in the group before, but I want everybody to really just take a minute. And I want y'all to think about if you have kids, nephew, cousins, you raised this person. Miss Linda didn't have to take in Tyler. Grandparents, there's no law that says grandparents have to, once they raise their kids, that's it. You turn 18, that's it. She did what she did for those boys because she knew that that's what was best for them. She went through all the trials and tribulations, the schools, the problems, the good times, all of that. She did that. She didn't have to. So when I see somebody make a remark about being upset over something that's said about Michelle, I don't set out to disrespect Michelle. But if y'all haven't learned by now, then you're not going to. I'm a straightforward, cut to the chase person. I don't see Michelle as some of you or some of the people in the group has stated that they see her. I just don't. I see Miss Linda as Tyler's mom because she is who taught that boy to be a man. She is who did everything down to decorating this child's wedding. And I have never met Tyler, but I can tell you this. I have read enough messages. I have seen enough videos to tell y'all that this was one damn good young man. You don't just become that. Children learn what they live. That right there, that's not owed to Michelle. She don't get that. That's owed to Miss Linda. So imagine You've done all you can. You've raised this boy right. You're happy, you're joyful. Now you see him getting married, you know he's got a little mini me on the way, and then one day it's just gone. Keep in mind, Miss Linda has to pass Tyler's house every morning on her way to work. There's no other way to go. She has to pass that house when she comes home. So that house that she had so much joy and laughter and expecting with this new baby and passing and seeing the baby in the front yard playing and getting to stop, and all that in the blink of an eye is just gone when Tyler became gone. But in her mind, she's still got something to hold on to because she's got Lakeland and that baby. And then all of a sudden she's coming to pick up the baby, because I don't think a lot of you know this. Miss Linda got off early that day, and Lakeland specifically told her she could pick up that baby because Lakeland didn't know she was getting off early, and she knew that Miss Linda was going to pull up to an empty house. If that is not the face of cruelty and the devil, I don't know what is. But Miss Linda got off early and she pulls up that driveway and she can't go home because Lakeland has her new, whatever y'all want to call him, with a flatbed tow truck blocking her way. Blocking her way to go home so she does not have to stand there and live the agony of watching everything she has helped build be taken away. So please do not come at me about my feelings for Michelle. And I have agreed that I will try to keep that kosher, like limited. But the post that I made today, when you sit there and you have the audacity, because Doug just made the like button on Wings of Hope's little post, and then Michelle comes right underneath it and starts talking about how her and him bonded out on a John boat. This lady's not even went to give DNA in case something of her son is found. Don't expect me to respect that. I'll respect Miss Linda because that's where that trophy goes. And you're right, Tony Hardy, you can't ask for a better person because she didn't have to do any of this.
Amen.
So please do not talk to me about Michelle's feelings, because I'm going to be honest, and you can call me whatever you want to call me. I just don't give a damn about her feelings. That's all there is to it.
Thank you for that. Miss Linda, we support you. We love you. We are saddened by the things that you and your family have had to go through. The unimaginable things have been said to your face, behind your back. The most unimaginable things have been done to you by people that said that they loved your grandson and that loved your family. And I can't imagine the strength that it takes
I know that's right.
to get through that. But you know, she's got the Lord and she's got us. She has her family. And I just want her to know that so many people are supporting her and praying for her. My own family is praying for her
Every day.
every single day. And so I know that everyone in this chat and their families are doing the same thing. Hang on one second. Okay, I apologize about that. Just had to get my door shut there. And Shay is such a strong woman to continue this fight. Because I'm going to tell you, they were out there every single day.
Yeah, they wasn't at home on the 5 days later, 6 days later, throwing a party. They were out there looking for Tyler.
That's
Miss
exactly
Linda
right.
slept in her car praying that Tyler would walk up that landing. So please don't come talk to me about Michelle's feelings.
It's just not right, you know. The things that have been done and that have been said, and then people just want you to be quiet. They just want you to be quiet and not talk about it, you know, because that's pretty much what Ronnie Floyd said. You know, you just need to move on with it. You know, just like I guess he just wants people to pretend like nothing happened, and that you know it's just going to go away. But that's not how it works. And I just pray that Michelle will reconsider, if she's even considering it at all, and that she'll just do the right thing and submit her DNA. It may just be that she just believes that maybe he drowned, and she doesn't think that there's ever going to be anything found. I don't know her reasoning. I can't speak to what she's thinking, you know? Only she can say what it is, but she hasn't said it. She hasn't given her DNA. So, you know.
You would think that somebody would hold on to any hope that they possibly could. Because let's face it, we don't know where Tyler is or what the case may be. We can only assume. But here's the thing. If, let's just say that he was in that water and that we really believed that. If that was the case and something of him did come up, if they can't test him for DNA, that whatever comes up is going to be put to the side, and they don't go back and retest until somebody pushes it. You would think that she would want to hold on to that hope of being able to lay that child to rest.
Miranda says, how can Michelle back LD now after finding out that she had an affair? I would be livid.
I mean, never mind. I'm sorry.
I don't really have the answers for that, Miranda. That's something that they have to work out between them. That's between them and the Lord.
Yeah.
And I can't speak to what goes through somebody's mind. And it just upsets me that Miss Linda and Shay and Brian have been disrespected and treated the way that they have. So unfairly, without just cause. They are upstanding citizens in the community. And it's shameful the way that Mr. Ricky and Miss Linda have been treated. And Shay and her husband. I don't stand for that, and I won't stand for that, because they're like my own family. They may not be my flesh and blood, but we are brothers and sisters in Christ. And that's the way I see it. And we're going to continue to stand together, all of us that are here tonight and that will listen in the morning when they catch it on the replay. You know, we're going to continue to find the answers. I did want to make one little note real quick before I forgot it. I saw that someone made a comment to Christian Holden's parents in the group, encouraging them to please come forward, which I think that is exactly what I would say to Christian Holden's parents too. If that's really them, you know, I would encourage them to come forward. Go with your son to have that conversation in private with the family. It doesn't have to be done in public. It should have already happened in private.
I tell you what, Duchess, and I'm saying it for everybody to hear. If they are in fear of something being said that might incriminate their son, I will gladly gladly put in on a retainer so they can do it through an attorney, as long as they talk to this family, because that's all this family has asked for.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Because I really feel like that's really what they wanted from the beginning. They just wanted him to walk it back through and let them ask some questions, because it's like my grandma used to say, well, you should put the shoe on the other foot. If that was you instead of your sister, and it's true. Sometimes it's hard to put ourselves in other people's positions, and sometimes that's why, when people try to make things out to be on the internet and over dramatize situations and make them seem like things that it really isn't.
And it's so easy.
I just stay silent, because you know why? Because the lies will be exposed.
It's so easily done, though, Duchess. I remember in the beginning, I got outside of my head. Like, I'm hearing that the family's not wanting the news there, and I'm like, what in the world? Why would they? Because that will make more people come and volunteer and look for Tyler. And then I get a recording where there ain't but one person yelling for the news lady to go away, and the news lady breaks down crying. And the one person yelling, telling her that she's going to get sued and everything else was Michelle. It was not Miss Linda. It was not Shay Boyd. It was not Brian. It was Michelle.
That's why it's, when we
She
talk
said
about this information,
that.
it's important to know who did what.
Absolutely. And I've got the recording. I will gladly share it. She sat back and she let this family take the heat for running the news people off when it was her. No, I don't respect that. I don't respect nothing about that lady.
Sarah. Yeah. I mean, I can't disagree. I agree, Lolly. They do deserve answers, for sure. And you're right, Lindsay. Linda is a kind-hearted and generous woman of God, and I'm completely heartbroken for her and all of her family, as are we, Lindsay. Thank you so much for posting that. It's Granny impersonation time? Oh, Lord, no, not yet. We ain't got that far in yet. If you ever go missing, you want me to help find you? Well, I try to be fair. And like I had told the family before, like, I need more evidence. I don't want to just say something on my channel before I have, I need to see information. I need to understand more things before I start talking about things. And I've been collectively reviewing information for 6 months.
And Michelle is not the same as Michelle Randall. I seen that in the chat just now. Michelle Randall is just, I'm not even going to go there, but it's not the same person.
It's nobody you need to worry about.
Yeah.
I don't think about it, so you shouldn't think about it either. Well, Racer 74, it is what it is.
Yep.
Everybody is entitled to their opinion. My opinion may not be your opinion, but it's okay for you to have your opinion. And thank you for sharing. Reed said they talked for 3 hours, but did they really?
Please let me answer that, Duchess, because I am so... Okay. Y'all need to understand something. Reed has always had his brother right there to protect him. And I'm going to tell you, that's exactly what Tyler did. I think Reed was just so overwhelmed with everything. That's when all the internet stuff started happening. And he knew that that was the easiest way to calm the situation down. I don't think he was thinking. I don't think it was said deliberately, because I have asked Brian. Brian has said no, he did not talk to CH, which is Christian Holden. But I also do not think there was any ill intent. I think Reed just wanted it to calm down and go away because it was overwhelming. If he would have said no, people would have started saying why.
Well, the reason why was because of Christian, not because of anything else.
Right.
Camshaft says, Duchess, did Tyler call Jimmy and Brandon? AJ?
Okay. So Tyler, how do I put this? He did not. There was a call to a number that ends in 01, and Brandon's number ends in 10. Then Brandon turned around and called Tyler. I personally noticed this. I notified Shay of it. During the time I was waiting for Shay to respond, I notified Casey of it and said, hey, why is this discrepancy? Because how would Brandon know to call him at that moment? Because the wrong number was dialed. You can tell that it was Brandon's number they were trying to call, but that's not the number that was called. Brandon's response was that he got it mixed up, and it was him that actually called Tyler because he had a missed call. Well, I've got Tyler's phone bill, and that ain't true. He didn't have no missed call because there was only one call between Brandon and Tyler. It was earlier that morning, and it was for 3 minutes. And 3 minutes is not a missed call. So why he lied to cover up another lie, I don't know. But it's a lie. Now, Tyler did eventually call Brandon after all of that, but not originally like Brandon's witness statements. And maybe I shouldn't say the word lie. Maybe it was just something, maybe he was just that upset. I don't know. So I really shouldn't say the word lie, but I can tell you this. Brandon Tyler did not get called by Tyler Doyle. The wrong number got called, and then Brandon Tyler called him back. Now, where it went from there, I don't know, but I know that he waited 19 more minutes before he dialed 911. And I want y'all to ask yourselves, if you got your friend sitting in front of you in a boat or wherever the case may be, and he is sinking and freaking out, per Brandon's own words, why are you going to wait 19 minutes before you call 911? I can't even fathom that. In fact, if we revert back to Brandon Tyler's statement, he specifically says that he called Tyler at 4:57 and it went straight to voicemail. At which point he tells Cito that he thinks the phone's underwater and he still waits another 5 minutes before calling 911. Y'all do the math on that.
The math ain't mathin' for me.
The math ain't mathing. You don't wait 19 minutes to call if your friend is in danger. Now,
Yeah.
we could go back to Casey's statement. She says that that's because when Brandon called her, she had to calm him down and have a conversation with him about how he shouldn't go out there looking for Tyler. Now, me, I'd be saying, why the hell are you calling me, boy? Call 911. I wouldn't be trying to hold him on the phone, but to each their own.
Yeah, I'm glad that Reed is doing well too, and we wish him all the best, and I pray for him often because I can't imagine losing one of my siblings in such a way. I don't even know how I would be able to process something like that so young.
And the bond they had was amazing.
We can't even fathom or imagine, what's going through with that. Something real quick I wanted to tell you guys also that I think you're going to want to know. Shay and a couple other people told me they sat out there and watched the billboard in Conway and said that Tyler's billboard never displayed. So I asked Shay if she had gotten any emails, and I actually emailed Billboard, and I wanted to let you guys know that let me go over here and hide this comment real quick so you guys can read this. Oh, that's the end of this other request that I sent. Here we go, right here. This is where I sent a email to Christopher at Blip, And he emails me back and says, "Hey there, it looks like the ad is getting play on all 4 of the selected boards on the campaign. Can you let me know more information about why I was asking?" And I told him, the reason why. And then down here it says it shows that it has played on all 4 signs. So what I did was I went over and I told him that this is the one that we were checking on. And that is on Highway 378 and Highway 501. There's an intersection there. And so I was able to upload this right here. And this is a statement just from September the 8th to September the 20th. And it looks like the Conway billboard has flipped 621 times with Tyler's face on it. 1,810 views in North Myrtle Beach, 7,014 views in Little River, and 1,987 views on Ocean Highway in Ocean Isle Beach. And that schedule that the billboards are running right now, let me see if I've got that uploaded here. I think I do somewhere. Well, I thought I did. Oh no, did I delete it? It's also on my Facebook group. And I will repost those times again. I think it runs from like 7 to 9, 11 to 1, and then like 4 to 9 p.m. I believe is the schedule. Let me look it up on my phone and I'll tell y'all. If you can get me a picture or a video, I will give you credit. Or if you want to remain anonymous, I will keep your name anonymous. And I will show it on a live stream. And I would be really appreciative. You can email that to me, or you can send it to me on Facebook Messenger. Or you can just share it on social media and tag me in it. That would be awesome. Like, we want you to get credit for taking the video. And I really appreciate that. Let me see. I'll have to see if I can get that, but I will make sure that I share that on my YouTube community wall as well as on Facebook after the live stream. That has all the dates and all the times when you can see it. And it should be the same for all of the billboards. And it really just depends on how many blips they're running on that billboard, as to how many times it's going to flip in a day. So, but I just want to be transparent. That it is blipping, y'all. So I just wanted to let you guys know. The next thing on the agenda, let me get down here to my. No, don't take me to another screen. I'm not ready for that. Got some more things I want to share with you real quick. We were talking about Camo guy, Camo Shell Hunter, whoever that person is. So I wanted to show this statement here from Boat 88, Boat Captain. It basically just walks back. Boat 2 was toned in, and it kind of just walks back through. They reported there was a victim on the rocks, a person being dragged out to sea. He stated that unless otherwise instructed, they would rescue the person off the rocks. They called Boat 88 and told them to back up Boat 2, that they had a person in the surf needing rescue. And basically it just, walks all of that through. It says we were instructed to go to Boat 2 and turn into the surf, and we would see the person. And as we approached Boat 2, we were told that the person had made his to the beach, and we were to continue to the shore. Boat 88 landed on the beach and made contact with the person that Boat 2 pointed out. The person was identified as a shell collector, and he had no idea what was going on. Another person seen on shore within the jetties was seen on shore within the jetties. Our rescue swimmer made contact with that person, but they were only walking their dog. Now, given it's a 2-mile walk from the last house on Sunset Beach, it's close to 2 miles. It's quite a walk, and to be that cold and to be that far away from any houses or anything like that just seems a bit much to be in the middle of January in the dark to me.
To not get their information seems a bit much to me, or a bit not much, should I say. Like, I don't understand that at all. How do you not take somebody's name? It's nothing's been determined as not being an investigation. They don't even know what they're dealing with at that point.
Yeah, so this is some information that one of my members got the email before I was able to make a phone call down there with Shay, and it reads, Miss, and name is redacted. I spoke with the crew that day. This is actually from, and I'll show you guys here in a minute. This is what they recall. We were told of a person in the surf, and they were now on the shore. Let me take off my banner so we can see this whole thing. The person we found was an elderly gentleman. This is where it becomes difficult for me, guys, because I'm like, okay, now he's elderly. First of all, we were told he was wearing camo, but now he's elderly. I'm confused.
I'm not buying any of that.
Collecting seashells. We cannot recall exactly what he was wearing, but do remember it was dark clothing. Nothing about camo. We then saw an individual at the beginning of the North Jetty. That individual ended up being a female with a dog. Clothing that was being worn cannot be recalled. We hope this helps.
No, it don't.
And there
help.
it is, Randy Gardner from North Myrtle Beach Rescue. And that was September the 12th.
I'm not going to believe this.
And so then you can see that this person said, well, I emailed Horry County Boat 2 and got a very terse reply back. All information in Horry County's possession has already been turned over to many requesters over the course of the last 9 months, and said, if I want info to fill out FOIA requests, so I did that this morning. On the FOIA, there was a place to obtain 911 related information, but I do not have the needed info incident phone, but we have that. We have all the 911 calls. So what I did was I went over, let me get down here to my other screenshots. Hang on, I gotta move my screen down some. I was thinking I uploaded those text messages. Maybe
I'm so confused right now.
Maybe I didn't, but I was thinking that I did, because the what I did was I filled out a FOIA. I don't think I did, but I actually sent an email, and this is the end of it right here. Let's see, maybe this is the beginning. No, maybe I just ended up doing the beginning. No, there it is, to Darlene Mix. She is over Horry County FOIA. And so I sent her an email, and I FOIA'd that information again to see if they were going to tell me anything different this time. Because I just want to know if they're going to send me something different. Because why are you sending me on a wild goose chase? Either you did your job or you didn't. Like, really, they shouldn't have been out there just, if they thought it was the thing, but it was just somebody out there walking, there should have been an investigator out there so they could be like, well, we need to get your name, your identification, and your phone number, because in case we need to contact you at a later time because we need to ask you some questions. Like, yeah, if you're involved in something and the cops or the rescue people show up, what are you going to say? I'm involved? No.
Right.
You're going to be like, oh, I'm just out here collecting shells in the dark in 40-degree weather, and I'm an elderly man in camo dark clothing. Don't look at me.
How did he get out there? How did this man get out there?
I don't know. They won't even let you ride an electric bike out there.
I was just thinking, like, that's not making no sense.
I'm just saying.
So this man just walked out. I mean, did he skateboard? Did he hang glide? Like, how did he get out there? They are ridiculous with this.
Amanda
You
says that
got
the
nothing
shell
else?
collector was just aimlessly searching for shells and minding his business. Why'd the rescue boat feel like they needed to rush over to him to check him out and not where CH was? I think they had another boat that was going to where he was, and this boat was supposed to be trying to see if they could rescue Tyler, going out into the ocean from the jetty. So
It's
by
like they're
saying
all
that,
together.
I'm going to show you a picture, okay? And AJ is probably going to have some comments.
Oh gosh. Have I seen
So
this before? Because I'm already tripping on the fact that I had a FOIA incident this morning too. So now I'm starting to think that everybody's just cahooting together. Because I requested Coast Guard's FOIA back on July 12th. And finally, I just really had to go hard on him this morning. And I said, look, I'll just go over to the OGIS office. And then he's like, oh, my apologies. I'll send that to you. Like now he says that I'm going to have it by tonight. He's going to work overtime to get it to me. Yeah, we'll wait for that to happen.
so here we got North Star Search and Rescue.
Oh my gosh.
And of course, we've got the canines. The dog was Aster. This is a certification date, October 2022 on this dog. And of course, you see the field support listed here. Ori Sheriff's Officer Jeff was there. DNR officers, the North Star and Rescue Chief Diane, and also Heath, and also TJ Lawrence. And during the day, that day, it looks like the temperature was up to 63 degrees with a northeast wind of 10 miles per hour with cloudy skies. And they arrived February the 20th with their canine partner, Aster. And I think it's just very important to take a look at this picture
Is that
right
what I think?
here. Because according to this report,
Oh my gosh, I'm about to flip out.
okay, don't flip out. Let me get through this, and then you can flip out. I promise.
Yeah.
I
Ooh,
promise.
I'm about to flip out. Are you kidding me?
Okay, so this reads, guys, my first assignment was to go out on the waters near Bird Island, south of the Little River Inlet. At 10:30, I dressed Aster and boarded the boat with Horry County Sheriff's Officer Jeff as the boat driver. We entered our search area, and I gave Aster the command to sniff freely for the odor of human remains. We headed north toward the shoreline. As we turned around and headed south, Aster began to have a change of behavior, a COB, by whining, leaning over the side of the boat, and giving his final trained response, which is an FTR, of sit and bark. We turned the boat around, heading north back to shore, passing the original mark where the boat looking behind us, like from the back of the boat. We turned the boat around and headed back south to shoreline, where Aster once again showed his change of behavior, COB, by leaning over the side of the boat, giving his FTR, final trained response, and walking to the back of the boat. At 11:07, we ended our search, transferred onto the DNR boat, and headed back to base. My second assignment was to walk the beach northeast of the Little River Inlet to the Kindred Spirit mailbox. The Kindred Spirit mailbox is not all the way at the jetty, but it's pretty close. I dressed at 13:26 and gave the command to sniff freely for the odor of human remains. We began on the north side of the beach by the dunes and headed south to the waterline. We continued the north to south pattern till we came to the Kindred Spirit mailbox and ended our search at 1417. Astor showed no COB, which is, of course, the change of behavior. We headed back to base, where we were debriefed by Chief Diane Butterfield and left the scene at 1700. So let me show you this picture close up here. These are the areas where Canine Astor hit. And to show how this matches up with the because people are questioning, the Life 360. You guys
Well,
see this? Does everybody see this clearly? Because I'm going to show something real quick. Y'all take a look at this. This is where the dog hit. Look at that.
thank you. So that means Miss Linda was right the entire time, and they could have found Tyler. I'm so mad right now, I don't even know what to say. Because if you look at the boat report that I have it right here in front of me, he puts that Tyler was on the left side of the South Jetty,
There it
floating
is.
out. Thank
The
you.
dot is supposed to be Christian Holden, and he has this dot drawn out from the South Jetty. And at the very tip, there was somebody in the group that said, "Can you show me where Tyler's boat ended up?"
Oh my gosh.
So do you see how this and this and this do not equal the same thing?
Judges,
Okay.
let's really not forget that if you remember, you guys, on Christian Holden's 911 call, that boy says to the operator, he said, if you're looking out into the ocean, the boat is going left. That ain't true. This in the Life 360 proves he's lying. Oh my God. If you're facing the ocean, the boat wasn't going left. But yet, if you look at the picture from Cito, when he gets to the boat, you can see Horry County Fire and Rescue Boat off to the left, where Tyler wasn't.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And for all of you that was questioning was the Life 360 fake, question it now. Because that came from Miss Linda.
And this is an official report where the dog actually picked up a scent of Tyler.
That's not written by DNR.
That's not written by DNR, correct. That's why this is important, guys.
Absolutely.
But it's also important about this picture that is supposedly would you like to say anything about that?
What? About this picture?
No, about the other picture that we want to be turned over to the family, because
Yeah,
apparently it's been
definitely.
said that this person reached out, right?
Yep. So another admin in our group reached out to Mr. Brad from Wings of Hope today, the same one that y'all seen chilling on the couch partying at Michelle's. But yeah, and he replied that this was an active open investigation and that all files were turned over to that one right there. Files were turned over to Horry County Police Department, or DNR. But see, I'm not dumb. So I immediately responded with a hold evidence demand letter. So now he don't really have a choice because that's legal in Wisconsin, and I made sure he got one of those. So if DNR continues to tell us that they don't have it, because if they do, then they're in trouble for not including it in the FOIA. And if they don't, then Brad's got a whole lot of explaining to do. Because I mean, he's there 3 days and he's off partying while Tyler's family's out there looking for him. Like, that is just not okay.
Right. Well, B, I'm assuming that the dogs were given Tyler's scent. Most search dogs are given the scent.
Even
But
if that's a human life. If that dog is hitting like that, don't people think that that's worth investigating? I mean, God forbid it be Tyler, but God forbid it be anybody else too. I don't get DNR's way of thinking. I just don't.
Yes, Summer. I suppose so, Melissa. I mean, I have to assume that that's a yes.
Well, where'd that boat go down at, Duchess? The boat sunk down there. Because didn't they say it was right by that? So that's what we can do is find out where that boat sunk.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can have Cito to take me directly to it.
Do you know how long that boat that sunk has been down there? Does anybody know?
Years. Yeah, right where Tyler's boat went down. I think there's and between there and where the dogs hit, I think there's like an old shrimp boat that crashed into the jetty and it sank.
That's what I read. Yep,
Because
I
I
read
mean,
that.
that's why the jetty is a dangerous place. So that's when I tell you, like when Tyler's boat was upended like that, like he could have hit his head. Like I think about at the beginning of this case, like all the possibilities of what can happen out there. I mean, if you get slammed into those rocks, I mean, the whole bottom is covered with those jagged rocks. I mean, it's really dangerous out there. So,
But
and
I also
when
think if something like that would have happened, Duchess, I think that there would have been something. I mean, I didn't see no evidence of no blood in the water. I didn't see, none of that.
yes,
I
left would be north, Summer. If you're standing on the jetty facing the ocean, left is north. That is correct. That is correct. See, but Ronnie Floyd had the boat on the south jetty. He
Yes.
said Tyler was on the south jetty, is what she was meaning to say.
Yeah, because
But clearly you can see in this picture that the dog hit on this area. But see, here's Ronnie Floyd's picture.
oh, that's Christian Holden's picture.
Oh, excuse me.
Ronnie Floyd has him up there by the elbow of the South Jetty, and he drew a picture. I have it right here. Tyler standing on the bow of the boat, floating backwards as like he's waving in a pageant or something. First of all, if the water was that rough, Tyler wasn't just going to be standing up straight up on the bow of that boat. And he didn't have it as sinking. He had to draw it out, and he has it like around the South Jetty. It's ridiculous.
That's right, Alicia. And that was the part that bothered me was if you saw something, then you need to go down there regardless. Because a life is a life and somebody needs answers for whatever happened to that person that was down there. But nothing was done. It was swept under the rug. That's right, Lolly. It can be a dangerous area right there. So, he was not on the South Jetty.
Right, and here's what I'm trying to explain.
That's what Ronnie Floyd has in this picture, but this is where the Life 360 says, and this is where the dog picked up his scent. So, that's the north side.
The boat is pictured going down at the South Jetty. So that would be the boat would be going to the right. If he was already right here on the north, as the pings say he was, and the boat was found over to the south and right in front of the tip of the south, that means he was going right, not left. Or at least the boat was, not him.
Yeah,
Do you
obviously.
understand?
So something, I don't know,
Yeah.
something happened in the middle of all of that. Like it's, if you're out on the water, make sure you have these items on your boat. Your personal flotation device, you always want to make sure that there's enough life jackets for as many people as you have on your boat. You don't ever want to have, over the capacity of people that you can have on your boat. Always have a throwable device, have a few of them. Always have your boater registration in a water seal packet. Always have a fire extinguisher. Always carry navigation lights, flares, and always have a whistle around your neck. Because if you're going down, you need to be blowing that whistle. Because if you got a cell phone, you need to be calling somebody. But if there's somebody out there or their boat's going by, you need to be blowing that whistle so they can turn around so they can hear you. And you also need to have a beacon on that life vest. If you go out on the water, wear your life jackets before you have an incident. Have them on. Get yourself a beacon, because if you have an emergency, you can press the button and it will automatically call 911 and it will send out your signal for as long as it will last. I think they can last up to 72 hours or more. That's why the beacon is so important.
I believe now more than ever that boat went down when it traveled from that north jetty and it went down in front of that south jetty. Tyler was not on that boat. I guarantee you he wasn't on that boat.
AJ, did Tyler call Jimmy Long?
He sure did for 1 minute.
That's what I thought. Camshaft was asking. I just saw it on my phone.
Yeah, he did for 1 minute. And I don't know if me and another person actually kind of tested that. If you stand in front of a fan, I mean, to be honest with you guys, when I heard the first 911 call, I swear I thought that was Tyler at first. It took me a minute to realize that was not Tyler. I think that it still could have been misconstrued on who that was.
Yeah.
And that's just an opinion. I don't have any facts that anybody was pretending to be him, but I see Tyler racing these boats. I see Tyler building that blue boat. I cannot fathom to see the pings. Even more so now. One of them is almost up on them rocks. Tyler's not dumb. He would have got off. It's common sense. Are you if you know it's taking you further away and it's going to be harder, are you not just going to stop then? Who waits 27 minutes for a motor not to start? None of that's making sense to me.
Yeah. And yes, Teresa, on a calm day, an experienced diver could dive out in that area. And I'm sure they have had to do that before. And Beulah, I have to agree, if his remains were that close, they should have definitely washed ashore, which is what Ronnie Floyd kept saying. Oh, it'll just take a couple more days. Oh, it'll just be a couple more days. And days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months. And then nothing happened.
And he should have washed ashore unless he was caught up on something or unless he's just not in that water.
Exactly. I don't know why they didn't. You know, I was told that they weren't allowed to do it, but I'm going to tell you what, see, if that was me, I'd have been like, well, you can't stop me because I need to go down here and get these answers, okay?
That's why I asked you if there was rules posted or something, because I'd have been gone.
If y'all know about it, y'all let me know because I don't know. It just, the way that it all unfolded was very bizarre. I don't know.
Duchess, I have a question for
Yeah,
you.
I know about the shrimp boat that sank there, Kimberly. It's been a long time ago. Like, we've known that it's been out there, and they ran ashore on the jetty. It's been out there for quite some time, and we've known it's been there. Go ahead, AJ. I'm sorry.
If you have, let's say that I hand you a map that's marked off of every place a person stepped, and then I hand you a call log, and that call log and another person's statement completely contradict the map. How can you use two pieces of evidence to come to the same conclusion? Point being, Ronnie Floyd points back to the Life 360 app. He names the Life 360 app. He tells how he got it. He specifically says in his report, based off the Life 360 information and the call logs and witness statements, he comes to the determination of no foul play. Well, the Life 360 app don't match what the call said, and it don't match the call logs because that don't match the CAD report. So how can you have so many different pieces of information that contradict each other and come to the same conclusion of no foul play? I'm so confused.
Summer, let me grab this picture.
Yep, that one too.
Hang on a second. Get this comment down. So here is the boat being taken in by Cito, and you can see here that this picture has been cleared up. And what I did was I took a even closer shot of this area. I don't see any damage.
There's not. When
That
I
thing
pointed
looks just as good as
Shay,
new right there. I don't see any dry rot. I don't see nothing.
he also took pictures of the boat the day before. Tyler Doyle did himself. He took complete 360 images of that boat, and that was not there.
Yeah,
And
and
she
no,
was trying to give the benefit of the doubt. She was even pointing at the white spots down there. I told her, no, that's not where it was.
yeah,
Exactly.
and it is, yes, and it is very shallow there. It can go from like 1 foot to 7 foot, and then there's like a spot that it drops to like 20 feet, but then it comes back up to like 5 feet. It's not even out there at all. It's depending on where you are in the jetty, it varies. Camshaft, I said it from the beginning. I was, you know, what are the guts doing out of that line? You can't call that dry rot. It looked so intentional.
Even if the thing dry rotted, it wouldn't matter because the threads wouldn't be the threads underneath is not going to dry rot. Only the rubber on the outside would. Why
Correct.
were the threads cut?
Yeah, he did say that, Shayla. And just dragged it out. It was just unnecessary. You know, if you say you don't know, just say you don't know. Don't try to candy coat it or anything like that. I just don't feel like they took the information. I feel like we have collectively worked together to find a host of information to prove that they didn't do their investigation.
You are so right about that one.
No, Austin, there are no audio calls that Tyler made. I wish there were, because that sure would have been helpful.
And like I said, I have his phone record. He didn't call 911.
Annabella says, okay, I'm going to ask, why are they covering this up, y'all? His loved ones deserve answers and closure. I may have to help out with this one, Dutchie.
I don't think, honestly, that DNR, actually, I'm not even going to say DNR. I'm going to say Ronnie Floyd. I don't think he realizes that he's covering something up, you guys. This was brought up earlier today, too. Here's the thing. I'm not going to sit here and say that these Christian Holden and them went out and committed this awful crime, and Ronnie Floyd knows any of them enough to say that he's going to risk everything and just try to cover these kids' tracks. No, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that he probably got familiar with Miss Shay real fast, and he knew he's going to have to give them a reason of why that boat motor wouldn't start, but he couldn't find one. So that's what he did. But if all that comes out and it comes out that Christian Holden's phone records are fake, then he really didn't do his job. It's a cover up for the laziness because he don't want to do the job.
Exactly. And Lolly, this is being pulled out of the ocean right here by Cito. So it was definitely damaged after it got out of the water, and Ronnie Floyd said he needed to take the boat to investigate.
And there
And
was
you can see it here clearly. There is no damage.
And the guy walks in video and it Dutches and asked the guy where the boat's stored. He's like, how'd this happen? Did you do? And the guy's like, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I've got the video. The guy just acted so weird.
It's possible, Christian. There was something hitting the rocks, because that sound when Shay and I were out there, it was just as quiet as it could be. All you could hear was the seagulls and the water lapping against the rocks. And that's it. Every now and then a boat would come by, but that's all you can hear. There's nothing else out there.
To me, that sound sounded like it was hollow, like as if he was walking off of a boat or something hollow.
It's so strange. It's so strange. Hey, Jessica, I'm so glad you got to join us. Allie, I don't know anybody that is willing to go back out with their dogs at this point because it's been so long. We did try to get other human scent detection dogs, human remain dogs to go out. But South Carolina DNR would not extend them the invitation that they needed in order to come back out. So therefore, Spartanburg Search and Rescue, Hilton Head Search and Rescue, and Michelle Galliot with the Richland County Sheriff's Office, their services were never utilized because they needed a formal invitation, and the family asked the South Carolina DNR to make that call. There was a lady that information was given to, and she said she was going to run it by her boss guy or whatever so she could get approval, and not one phone call was ever made back to the family. And when the family asked about it, I think it was Mr. Pardue that's had some exaggerated response like, well, just tell everybody to come down.
Well, they needed everybody because they weren't worth a darn.
You can say damn. I say it
Trying
all
so
the time.
hard, but
You're
it just
doing great. It is sketchy, Shayla. It is. And that's why we got to find these answers. Yeah, it did. It almost sounded like an anchor being dragged in, didn't it, camshaft?
oh my
I
goodness.
played that over and over and over again. I kept thinking,
Well, let's
I,
forget T.J. Brown posted an ad on his Facebook saying he needed to buy a new anchor for his boat because his friend lost his like 3 months after this happened. Yeah,
interesting.
just weird.
Hollow, maybe a metal floating dock.
Oh.
Interesting. That's a good observation. Thank you, MJ5. At 4:44 on the first 911 call, does anyone know what that sound is?
He didn't call 911 at 4:44.
I think she means at 4 minutes and 44 seconds on the first 911
Oh,
call.
okay.
We may have to go back and take a look at that. And she said, my hubby just took a magnifier and looked closer and said there is no cut in that line unless it's a hairline one. Well, I'm going to tell you what actually came out of that. It was not a hairline. The whole thing was tore open, Patty. The whole thing was tore open. It looked like somebody, Hannah pretty much explained it right here. Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Machine would have done a better investigation. I mean, I don't think I could get any more accurate than Hannah right now. Kevin told us so many times they didn't have to approve help. Kevin said anyone could come and search because they couldn't stop them. He said we can't invite because we would be responsible for them. What?
What? Wait, who would be what?
Okay, wait a second. That doesn't even make sense. If you have another law enforcement agency that just needs you to contact them because they want to get the details ahead of time so they can make a plan about what they need, the equipment they need, so they can have an understanding of what has transpired, and you are too lazy to reach out to them, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, and so should the South Carolina DNR, and that's why you deserve to be fired, in my personal opinion, because that is wrong. That is wrong. I spoke to every one of those search and rescue people on the phone, and that's what they told me. They're a 501c3, and they like to be invited because they're coming from all the way across the state, and they have to gather their team. They have to gather their equipment. They need to know what exactly they need, and the best way to do that is to have the investigating agency to just give them the information so that they know that this is active. They have a report from the investigating agency, and that does not mean that you're responsible for them. That is that's hogwash.
That's the whole reason they have to get that they want to be invited from them is because that way their insurance covers them on a search. So no, DNR would not be responsible for them. You're absolutely right. And this is just getting more ridiculous by the minute.
Kim, I have to agree with this. You know what I find odd is that Ronnie Floyd said he needed to take the boat to investigate, but yet had already said it was an accident and stuck to that story as his reasoning of not fully investigating.
Thank you.
It's an oxymoron. It makes no sense. Why was Josh Johnson with Wings of Hope? I didn't know he was.
Yeah, I got asked about that today too, Camshaft. Thank you for that because I was going to ask you guys, but somebody's seen them guiding the boat or something. How does that happen?
I don't know. I don't have any of these answers because
Let's keep in mind, Josh Johnson didn't get added to Tyler. Everybody says, oh, it was his friend. No, it wasn't. I don't care what nobody says. That was not his friend. Because, first of all, he did not get added to his Tyler's friends list until the 27th. Second of all, there's not a message, a like button, a phone number on a phone bill, none of that. There's nothing that says that these people were friends.
Sarah, for the ones in the back, then why do people need permission to dive that area? If Wings of Hope and North Star was out there and then the family gets told that they told them that they couldn't dive, that doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense. That is why we're walking back some of this information. Because I just want to make sure that I don't think that y'all don't think I'm crazy because of this information. Like, I mean, I've had to walk it back many times, and I'm like, no, that's exactly how it happened. Like, this is how it is. This is how it happened, and it doesn't make any sense. Like Shay and I've gone over all of this multiple times. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, and by the way, here is the billboards. I just wanted to let you guys know that I got this. This is the schedule, and it's actually on the 4th billboard in Conway too. Sunday and Saturday from 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. You can see it. Saturdays and Sundays from 12 to 2. And so through the week, Monday through Friday from 7 to 9, you can see it. Sunday through Saturday from 11 to 1, you can see it. And from Sunday to Saturday, 5 to 9 p.m., you can see it. That's the schedule. If you have your phone out, or you can screenshot this if you're live, watching this live from your phone, just screenshot that. And if you live out that way, this is the schedule where any of the 4 billboards can be seen. I just wanted to make sure that I shared that before I forgot about it. So, I want that picture, Brad.
You and me both.
I want you to turn that picture over. What are you doing at a party at Michelle's house anyway? I'm just curious.
I want to know what John boat they went on, since they didn't bring no boats with them.
I saw that comment. By the way, that comment is public. I know that comment, that public comment was shared in the group, and I know you had some personal feelings about that particular comment, AJ. And listen, it's a very emotional situation, guys. And
emotions.
But you have to ask, like, what does it all mean?
She set herself up for that. That's why I said, don't come to me about her feelings. All the mess that she's done she walked up in that house smiling on that Ring camera. Miss Linda's supposed to be picking up the baby, but Lakeland yells at Miss Linda and tells her, don't touch her. And then turns around and lets Michelle pick. Man, don't come to me about this lady's feelings. I'm telling y'all, it's just not your best interest. don't care about her feelings. You
When
got time to sit
myself
there
and
and
you were
bond?
in the ocean in that John boat, when we bonded,
Yeah, you got time to bond with this dude, but you don't have time to go down and give DNA for your son. Get the. Let me just shut up.
I don't even know what that means. Like
I've seen
I've
that flip out. And I apologize to you guys, but that right there makes me sick to my stomach.
It's
Like,
a
this is
public comment, guys. It's not like,
I didn't go
we're
looking.
sharing something that's not public. I'd
It's just,
forgotten all about that.
and she did it
Wings of
right after.
Hope had the small boat. North Star had the dogs. See, I was thinking Wings of Hope didn't even have a boat
That's
because
what
didn't they have to borrow
I thought so
a
too.
boat? Where is Shay? I need her to come in the chat and say something. Oh my gosh. I
So
don't
what
even.
is she doing going off on a John boat with the guy from Wings of Hope? Either way, I mean, whoever brought the boat, either way.
I don't know. Y'all make me laugh. Stop.
There's nothing okay about that.
No. This is crazy, y'all. It just doesn't even make any sense. I mean, I want that picture. You hear me, Brad? And also I want to say this, Brad, there is not an open investigation. Here's the deal. Ronnie Floyd don't have this picture. There's not an open investigation because there's not even an investigation. If there was a real investigation, we wouldn't be sitting here discussing it right now.
He better
But
be worried about how smart some people are, Duchess, and how when he was handed
Jason,
certain amounts of cash, that you don't know who had cameras on what glasses or how that was taken care of. So he better hope that he turns that picture over, or he better hope that he reported every single dime on that 5013C, because I promise you I'll go for him.
that's what I thought she said, because I was thinking that he went on Shane's boat. I'm pretty sure that's what she said. Yeah, I just
That's
wanted
what
her to say it again, but I was pretty sure that that was it. Hey, Jason, thanks for dropping by. I hope you're doing good. Yes, Marie says my nephew's because of the rough water, because he had to go back to work. Sounds like Michelle length of a boat. Like, I'm not even gonna put on screens. Y'all are too much in the chat. I'm gonna have to
For
pull
being
up a
honest.
chair and put y'all in the timeout all beside each other. Y'all something else. Y'all too much.
It's not even a disrespect to anything other than she is a disrespect to her son, period. That's just how it is. Thank God for people like Miss Linda, and thank God Miss Linda took them boys.
It's just too much. You gotta make it make sense. Jason's living. So Amanda says, wait, Lakeland told Miss Linda not to touch the baby and then allowed Michelle to pick her up, and Miss Linda didn't lay Michelle on her ass. Well,
Whoever's in my group, and I gotta admit, I really like her because she don't hold back at all.
If y'all are not joined up to the Facebook group, make sure you got an account that's over 12 months old. And if you don't, you better be contacting an admin, explaining yourself, because I make no promises that you're going to get in, because they got to watch out for these crazy people out here that want to cause problems. Kayla got bail money too. Kayla, I think you said that last live stream that you had bail money. Oh my gosh, MJ5 never makes comments. It's a lot. That's why we have to walk it back. We have to go back and look at some of the things. Now, Tony had texted me, and he's in the chat tonight. Thanks for being here, Tony. And he's messaged me a few different things that he's Lolly, you're part of the group. Thank you. I'm so glad you joined up over there. And we were just, he was just asking some questions, things he wanted me to talk about. One of the things that they wanted me to talk about was Todd Brown's law enforcement statement. Is there anything that you want to say in reference to this before I read this statement, or do you want me to you want to interject as we break this statement down and talk about what it says?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
No, we can break it down as it goes. This statement's a joke. I've never in my life. We can break it down as it goes because I don't know. I mean, my 10-year-old nephew could write this. None of it makes sense.
Yeah, Bella, you're not on the book of faces, and honestly, I can't blame you. It's a lot of faces over there, let me tell you. You never know what you're going to get. Well, this report that was made, it says, I, Todd Brown, gave this
Interject.
following statement freely and
Wait,
verbally to R. Floyd.
Duchess. He said I, but Floyd's the one that wrote that statement, remember?
That's exactly right. This is not Todd Brown's handwriting, guys. This
Floyd
is
wrote that
written
statement,
by Ronnie Floyd.
and he said I. Okay, keep
And
going.
that's what makes this very interesting is
I'm telling you, it's a
the
joke,
part that's redacted at the bottom.
right?
Because how does the officer sign off on it and also be the one who wrote the statement? Because don't you have to have somebody else to sign off on it if you took the statement? Wouldn't you need somebody else as a witness?
Oh my God.
Rich, we're trying to behave up in here. We're trying to get through this.
It's probably not going to last too long through this statement, though, because, yeah, we're going to
Oh
both
my
be.
God. So see, we can't even get into the statement because we already are looking at the fact that we know Ronnie wrote it, but yet they redacted the fact that Ronnie wrote it.
I'm not, I don't, it makes no, and Ronnie wrote it saying the word I. Like, so he's Todd Brown now?
I don't know, but where's page 2?
At worst, page 2 of Christians.
I
They said
know.
mistake.
I agree, Bridget. Yeah, all that's gone. We didn't get a page 2 on a couple of them. Okay, so this says Christian called me at 16:46. I may have to read this
Let me
from my
write that
phone
down.
because
I'm writing this down.
hang on, I may have to read this from my phone because y'all old people problems. You know how it is. I got to get over here and read it from my phone. Okay. So Christian called me at 16:46, said, if I need you, can you come? Tyler called Christian back and hung up on Todd.
Now he's no longer saying I. Now he's in third person. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Listen, I haven't even got but 2 sentences in and I'm
Sorry.
already messed up.
So sorry. I'm telling you, I didn't study this report 1,000 times. This is
Me too. But, so we got to walk it back, guys.
okay. I'm sorry. I'll let you go. I'll let you go for it.
That's why we got to walk it back one sentence at a time.
Exactly. Y'all ain't even.
He's already got me messed up with writing that he is Todd, but then he writes it like he's Todd, but then he messes up and says Tyler.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
That's not even the best part. Let's
Okay, so
oh my God.
Todd say yes. Okay, first of all, let's all write in English.
Hey.
Todd say yes. I mean, please. Christian called back immediately and Todd asked.
He doesn't keep up with who's talking to who.
Yeah, exactly. Christian called back immediately and Todd, I guess called Todd, and Todd asked, where are where's you? Where
Yeah.
ask where are at.
Mhm.
Y'all,
But now read the next
Lisa,
sentence.
help me. Y'all got to pray for me to get through this statement because every time I read it, I just get messed up. Okay, 1648, Todd asked.
Let me stop. Let me stop you right there. This is
Okay,
important. No, seriously, this is important. So Todd said yes, and Christian called back immediately, and Todd said, "Where are you?" And then it goes to another time. Do you see what I'm saying? So now we're at 1648, and
so
Todd
we
tells
jumping around.
exactly. Todd tells him, "I need location." So now keep that in mind, you guys. At 1648, that means Todd still was not told where exactly Christian was, or he wouldn't have said, "I need your location." 1648 is 448.
That's right. Todd asked, I need location. Todd called 6 times without response.
So
Seven,
as that says, Duchess, he still doesn't have location, correct? Because at 16,
obviously.
yeah, at 1648, he's asking for it, and he's called 6 times asking for it. So at that
Set,
moment, he
yeah,
still don't have it.
yeah. So 1702, it jumps again. Christian denied call from Todd.
Yeah. Okay.
1706, Christian stated on phone with the United States Coast Guard.
So now he's
Wait a
told
minute.
Todd he's on the phone
Christian
with.
stated on phone with United States Coast Guard. Okay, but what did he state?
He supposedly he texted Todd and said that he wasn't answering those 6 times because he was on the phone with Coast Guard. But that's a whole nother story because that mess don't line up either. But so now that's at what time? 1706. So that's 506, right?
I'm glad some of y'all went to English. Some of y'all actually did go to English class and show up because this is nuts. I
So
mean,
at
if you got a
17,
4-year degree, I expect a little better than this. I'm
right?
just saying.
So let's
Um,
assume that Christian stated his location at 1706. Let's just assume that's what he was talking about. 1706, he tells him the location. But no,
no,
exactly.
1713 is when it
E-
jumps to the next.
Exactly.
Christian explained the what? The events. I look like the wince. Explain the wince. Explain the events. Please learn to spell and also write clearly.
And this
Um,
is detective, you guys.
explain the events, period, capital T, that. Okay, I can't with
Oh my
this. You get an F on this paper, sir. Um, that Tyler, I just want to take my little marker. If y'all see that in the Facebook group tomorrow, I had to break it down. Okay.
OCD.
I was in my I was on my high school newspaper. Um, that's what I did was in school. I was
I
all
mean,
about
come on.
journalism.
Anybody in
So
this
like
group
this is
knows
very
I, I,
difficult for me.
I can't do none of that. But I
Ugh.
do better than that one.
Okay, period. That Tyler was having issues with motor and taking on water. Christian said, in quotes, I can't see him.
First of
Christian,
all, that wasn't said to Christian. That was said to the 911. I mean, Christian didn't say that to Todd. I mean, yeah, I guess he could have, but that certain statement, along with the next sentence, was said to 911, not Todd.
yeah. Yes, per the fake phone records, there was 6 calls. Yeah, it's very confusing. But see, they weren't even paying attention to the phone records. They didn't
They're
even
all
give it
going
one thought.
outgoing calls.
I agree, Amy. If you're in a leadership position of any kind, you should do better. 100,000%. So then Christian said, I can't see him, in quotes. Christian was trying to flag down boat for help.
Stop right there. Do y'all remember the 911 call? So how long, if Christian was trying to flag down the boat when he was talking to Todd and when he was talking to 911, something ain't right. Because he tells 911 that he's trying to flag down the boat and he yells to the boat, remember? And then,
Yes.
yeah. So how long was this man trying to flag down this boat?
This is
Does it make sense what I'm saying, though, Duchess?
absolutely.
If you're
Yes.
talking to me and 911, something ain't right, because that means that boat ain't flagging down.
Something doesn't make sense.
He needed something to fill that statement form up, and he just put whatever words he thought was going to appease him at the time.
Todd said, in quotes, "I'm on way."
At what time?
Well, he doesn't give a time. This was all back in the 1713 statement. He's writing all this.
Keep that in
Yeah.
mind. 1713. Okay.
Yeah. So Todd said, "I'm on way." 1728.
Repeat that
Todd,
number. Wait, what was that time?
1728.
Y'all blow your mind with this one.
Todd, near jetties now, fireboat with Christian on board.
Somebody tell me how the hell, excuse my French, but I had to say it this time. How does man get to the jetties from 1713 to 1728 in a boat? Because you can't see the jetties from the landing. So please explain to me what laws this man was breaking if he was able to get in his boat. I don't care if he was riding around with his boat attached. You're not getting from that landing into that water to them jetties in 15 minutes. I don't care what you're doing.
Now, if he was coming in from the jetty and going to Windjammer,
Exactly.
there is a good chance that he could have made it in 15 minutes,
So that
possibly.
means he's
Shay, what do you
already in
think?
that
To
water, right?
Windjammer. But to make it all the way back, like to the boat landing, like where T. Craig Campbell is behind my house, I mean, Shay's in the
So,
chat. She can tell you that it with all the stopping and starting in the wake zones, I mean, it takes you more than a half an hour to get out there.
so you're confirming what I'm saying. That means that man was already in that boat and he was already in that damn water. How could he have not have been? He lives up by Tyler. So he was already out there. Why the hell did he? Oh
He
my
lives
God. Why
within
did he
walking distance from the
up
Doyle's
Tyler,
house.
which is 38 miles from the landing? So why he had to already be in that water? Why didn't he go look for Tyler?
Yeah, because it says clearly 1728. Todd near the jetties now. Fireboat is with Christian on board. Okay, explain something to me. So if he was at the jetties, was he the elderly man that was
Yes.
out there
That's
hunting
it.
shells?
Yep.
Was he
Check.
actually on the beach or was he in a boat?
How'd he follow him to Windjammer?
Because if he followed them to Windjammer from the jetties, he could only be on a boat. Because you can't get from the jetties to Windjammer unless you're on a watercraft.
Thank you.
It's not possible. You
I
can't
don't
walk
even
it.
live there and I didn't figure that one out. So he was in that water. I don't know if
believe
people
so too,
realize
Camshaft.
there is a federal law that specifically says unless it is going to put your life in danger, you have to attempt to save another boater.
So at 1713, Todd is on his way, but at 1728, he is out on the jetties.
That part.
But he lives in Loris.
Thank you.
So how do you get your boat? How do you drive down to a landing, get out, get your boat in the water, park your vehicle, get back in the boat, drive all the way out there, and be out there in that amount of time?
That's 15
Explain
minutes.
it to me. I'm gonna have to get out my stopwatch because it doesn't make sense.
Camshaft, you are absolutely right. That man was already out there. And if somebody's friend is screaming and panicking like Christian claimed to 911 that Tyler was, who in the hell do you call and say, if I need you, can you come? I'm gonna be on the phone like, hey man, my friend's trying. Can you get here? Like, get here. I need you to get here now. Like, come on, man. There's nothing this man says that makes any sense. If Ronnie Floyd has touched it, I don't believe it.
If this was actually TJ Brown's statement, I would be extremely disappointed to know that a law enforcement officer wrote my statement in this messed up wishy-washy bullshit that's happening on this piece of paper right here. None of this even makes sense. That's why you should come in and write your own statement.
You see, I thought maybe he couldn't read or write, but then I found out he was a lineman, so that blew that out the water. You know how to read and write if you're a lineman. Ain't there some type of certification you got to
Yes.
do or classes? Exactly. So he knows how to read and write.
I was told he wasn't able to get down there, but I don't see how that's possible. Not possible because he's local, and anybody that is a witness or that was called or involved in the incident should have to come down and give their written statement.
He didn't have a problem getting there to get that gun. Remember that? He took Christian Holden's gun, remember?
So let's talk about that, because I think that is some of the questions that people has is about TJ went out there, and what is it that supposedly happened that day when TJ went out there? Because rumor has it he went out to Windjammer, supposedly, and that's where he got Christian's gun. But then other people say no, he actually got the gun from the Jetties.
No, he didn't.
So which is it? You know,
he got the gun from Windjammer because he got the waders. Christian had the waders on when the swimmer saved him. When the life swimmer guy, I don't know what it's called, but whatever, saved him, because the guy specifically asked Christian. He says it in his report. He said, I asked him what Tyler was wearing, and he looked down and he said the same. And the swimmer guy said, I asked him specifically about the waders. Well, it says right here at the bottom of the report that he took the gun and the waders, meaning Christian still had the waders on when the lifeguard saved him, or whatever you call the life person. So he had to have taken it at Windjammer and left. So you can come pick up.
Because it says followed to Windjammer and took possession of Christian's gun and waders. Why would he need to take possession of Christian's gun and waders? Shouldn't law enforcement be taking possession of such property if they need to?
Why didn't he put it in the car with Hannah?
I mean, his girlfriend was there to pick him up. Why didn't they just take it home with him? I'm confused about all of that.
You and me both. I can tell y'all this. I ain't even gonna lie. I made up a text now number and I text Todd Brown. And I simply asked him, I said, hey buddy, I'm trying to make sure that I got all these statements so we can close this case out. I didn't say who I was or what I was or none of that. And I promise you I will send you screenshots. DNR called that number back. He evidently called them to verify what my text had said, and DNR, somebody from DNR called that number back. That's weird. I don't care what nobody says. That's weird. I was just trying to see if he would say if he wrote his statement or not.
Marie's got a question. Can CH be held responsible for his delay in response for help in South Carolina?
If we can prove that he floated left, because then he's across the North Carolina line. And that law passed in 2017. If you delay in dialing 911 and somebody dies, you can go to prison for life. Unfortunately, South Carolina don't have that law yet. If we can prove, which now we have even more with the whole dog hitting thing, that, I mean, it's not solid proof, but it's enough circumstantial, then yes, that man can do life in prison because that law passed in 2017.
Bridget says, could it be if I need your help actually was to meet at the landing to get his gun and stuff away from there?
Probably.
Throwing codes.
Right?
Tap, tap, tap.
Don't forget, he tells the Good Samaritan boat that he don't need a ride from him because his friend's on his way. So he knew TJ Brown was coming out there.
You're back, Jason. You left and you're back again. Shay says, my neighbor's dock was hit by a rental jet ski. And when DNR came out, They said they couldn't do anything about it. Y'all know I live on the waterway and I shoot them the bird with both fingers. Shay and I have laughed about this multiple times because when this happened, she told me that I think she actually gave video footage to prove because the guy said that he didn't do it. And I believe that Shay actually gave her footage to prove that the guy did it. He was probably intoxicated. And that's why having these cameras are critical, and Shay and I laugh about that all the time. She's like, every time I see them, of course, that they who was it? DHEC Shay said that they were going to come and dredge the waterway. I haven't seen none of that. If they're doing it, they're not doing it by my house, and they really need to do that because with all this new development, a lot of that dirt and stuff has washed into the waterway, and that's why the water is rising on these neighborhoods along the waterway. They need to dredge it and dig it out some and remove some of that junk, so it'll stop rising so much. I mean, there's a way to handle that, and you would think the state of South Carolina would do that. No, they won't even let Danny Jewel drag the waterway 2 days after Tyler goes missing to give the family some closure of some sort.
But they'll call
to do something dignified.
That?
Yeah.
Freaking crazy.
It's
I don't know about y'all, but this right here, things like that statement right there that Duchess just read, that is why until somebody else steps in, I don't care how long it takes, somebody else steps in and looks at this case, I will not stop. I don't care if I got to repeat the same pieces of evidence 10,000 times. I'm not going to stop because can't nobody sit here and tell me that anything about that statement was right. None of it.
It really does, Lolly. They better get out here and dredge the waterway. I'm having a really difficult time with some people in leadership in my state, and I feel like that any other person that is a citizen of the state of South Carolina should have a lot of concerns. This is why it's important for you to vote. This is why you need to teach your children that your vote does matter. It may seem like it's just one measly vote, but a lot of votes for the wrong thing can really hurt this community, and it can hurt this state. It can hurt our economy, and it can also hurt cases and families not getting solved when the community and the state and the citizens don't stand up against corruption and things that are going wrong. That's why your voice is so important, and that's why we gather here on Duchess, is to discuss things about these cases, to find out what we can do in our own communities to shine a light onto these hidden truths and things that people aren't talking about because they're scared to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to think about it. They think sweeping it under the rug, the way that old school South Carolina or even in Tennessee, it's like that. It is at a lot of places in the South and in other places in America. They'll just sweep things under the rug because they can get away with it. And that's why the Murdaugh case is breaking the boundaries in South Carolina that need to be broken. We have to be able to stand up against corruption in this state. And that's why we have to take a stand for Tyler Doyle and his family. Because if it's going to happen to Tyler, how many more people is going to go missing or have something happen to them and their family, a senseless tragedy without answers because law enforcement doesn't want to do their job because they don't have time or they need to retire or it's just too much work or they might actually have to investigate or there's not an excuse for that. And I've seen it in other cases. Summer Wells' case. Crystal Anderson was another case in Sumter County, South Carolina. Law enforcement wasn't doing their job. And the boyfriend clearly, you know, murdered this woman and stuffed her in the trunk in front of her own children. They did nothing. It was just silence, and her family felt like they were not getting any justice. Absolutely, Jason. It's good to see you. Take care. Hope you sleep well. That's why these cases are important. That's why we talk about these things. And Cherie says it's like that in Kentucky. You know, I've got quite a few friends in Kentucky, and they tell me the same things. I think that, AJ, you sent me something. Did you send me something that you wanted me to look at and read? I do have something that, Shay, can I share this text that you sent me? I mean, I won't share it on screen, but can I read it? Just let me know. The message that you just sent me from your mom. Okay. Miss Linda was listening tonight. Miss Linda, we love you so much, and we're praying for you. Will y'all please put some hearts and prayer hands in the chat for Miss Linda and Mr. Ricky? He's been unwell, and he's recovering, and I know they really appreciate your prayers. They've been through so much. We really, really love y'all so very much. The message that Shay forwarded to me. She shared the live stream tonight with her, so she came to listen. And I appreciate that, Miss Linda. Thank you. And she said Tyler's boat didn't go down on the South Jetty. It stopped 180 yards on the north side.
Wow.
And she said, please tell them I am humbled by the love they have given me tonight. Thank y'all so very much for doing that. We've just got to keep going.
I can't even imagine what I got.
They do have an entire army behind them. And Brian, we're keeping you in our prayers too. I hope you're doing okay. I do have something I want to share with y'all. So much. We have a lot to talk about. Hey, Sue. It's good to see you. Hey, beautiful Carolina. I know, camshaft. Yes, that is on the north side. The North Carolina line is just right on the other side of the jetty, and that's where Sunset Beach is. Shay said, my parents are amazing people, and they feel so loved for all the support. She was crying when I FaceTimed her after the wonderful intro given by you and AJ. Oh, we love her so much.
Definitely.
Yeah, he could have went right into the North Carolina waters, right where that picture was that I showed you. It's right on the North Carolina, South Carolina line. So it's just hard to believe that they didn't find anything. I don't know how far that was, Bridget, because they did not give any specifics. That's the thing, is all the FOIA information does not give any specific information.
Wait. Can we go back? Y'all see this comment from Aiden? I love you, Nana and Papa, praying for you both.
Wait a minute, where are we at?
Aiden said that. And then earlier, Aiden had said, It's okay, Reed, because you'll always have me. That shows you how close this young man was to Tyler, and Tyler felt the same way.
Listen, if you're somebody's real friend, you're not just going to sit there and have your parents tell somebody that you're not going to talk to them because you feel some type of way like you're getting blamed. You would
Say
just
it
come
loud.
forward and say, listen, there wasn't anything that I could do, and let me explain to you exactly what happened. Because I think I really want you to hear me out because I really cared about Tyler. He was my friend. And this was an accident and there was nothing that I could do. And I need you to hear it from me. I need you to understand that there was nothing that I did. This wasn't like whatever people are making it out to be, because Tyler was my friend. And I don't know what happened. That's all they really want to hear. And if that had been Aiden out there, we wouldn't be having this live stream right now. Because he would have done whatever possible, and of course he would have told the family whatever it was, because that's what a real friend does. And I'm not saying it's not difficult what he went through, because trust me, it is very traumatic to be in that situation. When panic sets in and you are watching that happen, I can't imagine. I know what it's like to be in the water. I don't know what it's like to be watching somebody in the water. But you can trust and believe, I'm sure there is a element of flight or fight that's going down in that moment. So I am not trying to shade Christian in that moment at all. Like, I get it. But that doesn't change your character. That doesn't change the person that you are and what it takes to do the right thing. Just know that. And Tony, I hope that was helpful for me to go over that statement, to kind of, and we have a special guest. Hang on just a moment here. Hey sis,
Hey,
how are you?
hey. I just wanted to touch on what you just said about Aiden and Tyler.
Okay.
If that was Aiden out in that water, even Christian Holden, Aiden knows Tyler. He would have never left that landing ever.
No, he's still there looking.
He would have stayed there. He would have looked. He didn't even know Christian Holden that long. He would have still stayed there. Had it been Aiden, he would still probably be out there at that landing right now looking for him, because that's the kind of kid he was.
I believe it.
I want to thank you all so much. I'm laying in bed right now, and it's been a long day.
That I would have stolen that man's boat.
Yes.
Y'all, Aiden is one of the most kindest people.
He is.
And just, he really loved Tyler. Everybody that came out there for his birthday, it was such a wonderful gathering. And it was very emotional. But the people who really care about this family, took the time to be there. And thank you, Aiden, for throwing out our bottle of messages for Tyler into the ocean. That was, I hope somebody finds them and reads them.
Yeah. And thank you, Aiden, for your service to our country.
Yes, absolutely. Please thank Aiden for his service.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you so very much. And we always want to honor our military that's serving our country and our veterans.
Yeah.
Because that's why we have the freedoms that we do today, to be able to speak and have our First Amendment right and our Second Amendment right. And we appreciate you so much, Aiden. And
I know this. I know that it's messed up as it is to say, Lakeland had a way of kind of molding or manipulating Tyler to kind of do what she wanted. But that was not going to work when it came to that gender reveal party. I can guarantee you that.
Yep.
That was not happening.
No, he was not going to miss it. He told me himself. He
I
said, "I'm
know
not
he
going to miss it, no
he
matter
said
how mad she gets."
yeah, he loved Aiden.
He did.
It
And
is
it's
true,
good to
Sheree. She's
know.
beautiful, isn't she?
Oh, y'all are too nice. I'm in bed. I'm about to go to sleep.
Shay, is there anything else that you can think of that you want to add to any particular topic that we talked about tonight? I was trying to
I
think if I went through all my screenshots, but I just thought it was very helpful to, to share this one about the dogs,
yeah.
for people to see, because I felt like that was really important, how that really coordinated with this particular picture.
And I'm definitely gonna talk to Tyler's other good friend about the zigzag pattern that you see here.
Mhm.
I really don't understand why the boat was just. If you look at that, that looks to me like the boat was just out of control. Maybe he wasn't on it, and it was just.
Like if somebody wasn't steering it and they jumped off of it or something.
Yeah, I mean, that to me, why is it pinpointing all these points? I mean, I'm going to have to talk to another good friend of his that has been out there with him to find out if this is how it really goes when you're trying to stir up ducks. Or to
Okay, but
me,
I think we're missing a point of hello, if the motor wasn't working, how did he go all over the place like that?
right,
Yeah, that's the strange part, and then when I see this picture right here, I'm like, "Well, how do you just get from point A to point B with this long red line?" None
Yeah,
of that adds up to this.
and that's
right.
not even the way the current goes, is it, Shay?
Well,
No, the
according,
current normally goes to the north.
So then how did
It
the boat go to the south? If the motor wasn't running, then the motor didn't take that boat there.
The current
yeah,
usually moves to the north.
from what,
Most of the time,
yeah,
it moves to the north.
it will, in the wintertime, it's always moving to the north, is what we were told. I
Yes.
But
mean,
you see the last line that comes down towards the South Jetty? How does that happen?
that is that the red line that DNR.
No, I'm talking about look at the Life 360 pings. It's ping, it comes out of the jetty and it stops, and then it goes around the outside of the north, and then there's one line that goes back towards the South Jetty. How does that happen if there's no motor running?
I know. I mean, it. None of that makes sense to me at all. And I really need to ask Isaiah because he's been out there with him before, and I want to have him look at that picture and maybe he can explain it to me, and maybe he can say, "Hey, that's not how it works." Um,
Without a motor, did he paddle that towards the South Jetty? I mean, that makes no sense.
no, it don't make any sense at all.
No. And that's why I wanted to make sure that we showed that. I also saw that your brother went out to the end of Cherry Point today.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I
He
wanted
did.
to share his little post that he made. Um, him and his buddy Chris came out to the beach where Tyler was last seen, and we have came to the conclusion that something is just not right. He says, "I love you so much, Tyler. I swear with every ounce of my soul that we are going to get justice for you, son." And then he shared a couple of pictures. This is looking across Hog Inlet. That's where those tall trees are standing. Y'all remember when I was leaving the birthday vigil and there was that light? Do y'all remember watching my video and there was that light that was beaming off and on? It looked like there was a lighthouse that was going off and on. And I was like, it's almost like somebody's signaling behind the trees. It was so odd because there's no houses. That's just on the other side of this island. Like Wadey's Island is just nothing but marshland. And I was
The
thinking, what's
jetty's
over
further
there?
apart. Like how you can see this is the jetty's further than that or wider apart
It's
than
to
that.
your right.
The jetties
No,
are to the
no,
right.
but I'm
Yep.
saying like the width
See this
between
right
where
here? If you walk right over here, see how low the tide is? You can actually walk across, and that beach right across there from Cherry Grove Point at low tide, you can walk all the way across to the other
south
side, and then you have to walk up about 1.5 miles, and that's the South Jetty. And
Yep.
it's only accessible by crossing this at low tide on foot or by boat or jet ski out into the ocean, coming out of the jetty or
So
coming
you
out of
couldn't
Hog
swim
Inlet.
from one jetty to the other.
Well, you could, but you got to be out in the ocean.
Yeah, you can't walk it.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
this tide, when it comes back in, you won't be able to cross it. So once you get up there, you're going to have to come immediately back, because once that tide starts coming in, all of that goes underwater.
Yep.
And
Okay.
so you won't be able to make it across to this other part of the beach. But that beach across there will connect to the South Jetty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
And that's why we chose to go there, because that's the farthest we could get to the south side of the jetty on his birthday. I mean, we didn't have a boat to take out, and that wouldn't have been safe even if we did. But and you see that water right there, that's where Aiden, I think it was kind of high tide when Aiden
it was.
threw the glass bottle with our messages in it out. And I hope whoever finds it, gets to read them. And they are very heartfelt, because I know the 3 that I put in there, me, my mom, and my brother and my dad wrote on Father's Day. So we had been hanging on to those for a while. And the other people that brought their messages, I just pray whoever reads them just knows that they are heartfelt and how much love we have for that child. And that's as close as we could get to him.
I know. And it was beautiful. It was so peaceful out there that night. And the sky was purple and orange, just like his race car. It was
But I'll tell you, whenever my mom, she was so tired because she's worked like 14 hours today. And I told her, I said, can you hang on for just a little while to watch the very first part? And after AJ finished talking and everything was, the very first beginning was done, I FaceTime her. I said, Mom, did you get to hear that? Can you see those messages all those people have for you? And she was just crying her eyes out and could barely even talk to me. But she's so thankful for all that love and that support, because you guys, she truly did raise those boys.
I know.
Oh, I know she did.
Her and my daddy are the ones who took care of them. They went if they went to Disney, it was because they took them. And me and Chad were right there with them. We took them on a Disney cruise, we would take them to Carowinds. Anything those kids had, school clothes, you name it. It was because of my mom and dad.
And they didn't have to do that.
And they didn't have to, no.
Love.
They could have just let them go and, let whatever happened happen. But they did it because they loved them. And even when they got divorced, Brian and Michelle, Brian was so devastated. I remember him fixing his plate at Easter dinner, and he had tears just pouring down his face, because if anybody knows my mom and my family, she is the glue that holds us all together. Like, she cooks the best food, her and my Aunt Ann, and every single holiday, my family, if they're on here, they will tell you that she loves to feed and take care of everybody. I remember that first Easter that he did not have his family with him, and he was fixing his plate. He had tears pouring down that were falling down on the floor because he didn't have his family. And I came to my brother and I hugged him and I said, buddy, it's going to be okay. I said, your boys are going to come back to you. And 2 weeks later, after they got divorced, both of them came back, and they were living with my mom and dad and my brother. So they knew where they wanted to be. They knew who was going to take care of them. And Milton and Myrna helped a lot. They would take the kids to school sometimes, get them breakfast. They are good people too. I don't talk to Michelle, because when she left, she was always a self-centered person who put herself first before her children. When a mother calls me, and I've got my own 2 children, okay, my little girl was 3 years old when this was going on. So I had her kids every weekend, and I'm not giving my brother any credit for not, knowing where they're at. But in my opinion, it's a mom's job to know where her children are at.
I see pictures of your brother and them and with them boys on Christmas time. I ain't seen none saved up in the iCloud from your mom or from the mom and them. But
Exactly.
Christmas, Thanksgiving, he's there with them kids.
Right. They were with us all the time. And I got to the point when she would call me late at night, and they were little. And remember, I have 2 children of my own, so I've got 4 kids with me. And I got to the point where I would lie to her and say, I haven't seen them, just to teach her a lesson. Because a mother should know where her kids are at all time. I mean, she would go watch 2 movies back to back with her friends while me and my husband were taking care of her kids. She went to Florida while me and my husband were watching her kids. There's a lot of stuff I could say right now that is not good. But I know one thing. You would have to kill me, like I said. You would have to shoot me in my head to take my children away from me. I would never give my children up to my mom and dad, to my husband's parents. Never, ever would you take my children from me. Only way you would do that is if I didn't care about them. Get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. You're a wonderful mother, Shay.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
let's not forget. Yeah, she put herself in nursing school or whatever. But how long does that take? And them kids went there and stayed there all them years. She didn't come back and get those kids as if she needed a help while she put herself through nursing school. No, that's not how it happened.
And
She
yeah,
left
right. And
there.
let's make this clear too. When she was putting her ass through nursing school, she was living in a free house that my mom and dad paid for. She never bought the first piece of furniture. She never paid a payment on that house. She never did shit.
No, but I remember your mom had went and bought new furniture because they messed up the furniture.
Every time. And you know what? My mom would buy the kids new school clothes every year. And she would send them to school in their old dirty clothes because she was too damn lazy to hang up the new clothes my mom bought for them. I'll
Yeah,
never
please come to
forget.
me
My
talking
dad
about
told
yourself.
me, he said when he would go over there, it looked like the closets threw up. Nasty. I mean, if she wants to go there and say anything bad about my family, I will pour out every bit of dirty laundry I have because I got a lot of it.
It's not even worth it, Shay.
It ain't
It's
worth
really
it.
not.
She ain't worth nothing to me.
She's not worth
Nothing.
it. Let me tell
And
you something. When
her
Casey came
son,
at me about that whole your mom busted up in their house, well, let me tell y'all what that was about. How about Reed was outside on the with the diaper? So yeah, her mom busted up in that house holding her baby. And you know what? I would have did the same damn thing. Like, why is your child outside? There's a major highway coming up right there. Like,
yep.
no, that is not okay.
Yeah.
And Lakeland feeding her baby. She's like, I feed her right while I'm driving down the road all the time. What the hell's wrong with her? Is she insane?
What? That's a choking hazard.
Yeah. So she
Shay.
screams at the baby and she feeds her while she's driving down the highway. But she deleted that from the Ring doorbell, so we don't have that information to share. But
Oh
my
no,
mom's not a liar.
we have her propping up the bottle on the blanket. Yeah, we got that.
Oh yeah, we do. That's right. I forgot about
Yeah,
that part.
it's not worth it.
Oh my God.
It's not worth it. But you know what?
No, the baby's worth it. I'm just saying, like all the other is not. I
Mm-mm.
took tags off anytime when I stayed the night with Tyler. Even with Tyler.
Aiden says Nana bought so much clothes, and I've took the tags off of any time of times when I stayed the night with Tyler and needed some. Even when Tyler and Lakeland lived together, Nana always took care of her boys.
That's
And
right.
that's why I like Aiden. He don't jump on a bandwagon. He's going to stand up for what's right.
Right. He knows the truth. He does.
Yes, Ashley, that's exactly right.
I didn't
Yeah.
leave my newborn. I didn't leave my daughter with the babysitter for the first time until she was like 2.5.
Me,
Lakeland's coming in the week afterwards, and she don't have Paisley with her.
yep,
And her mom was okay to have her then because it was Shay's mom that was watching her.
yep.
Now, Shay, did she or did she not tell your mom to come pick up the baby? And then when your mom got there, told your mom that not to touch the baby?
She did. So the day before, she called my mom, or my mom called her, and she said, "Can I keep Paisley when I get off work?" So she knew my mom didn't get off until like 7:30, 8 o'clock. So they were all hustling as hard as they could to get everything they could out the house. Well, my mom was so excited to go pick up Paisley because even my daddy, he would hold her and love on her, and it was a joy for him to be able to be around Paisley. So she was not expecting my mom to come up there around 4 something. I get home from work, I call my mom.
By a tow truck. It makes
Yeah,
me so mad.
yeah. So when I get home from work, I call my mom just to check on her because I always do. And she says, "I can't talk to you right now. I've got 4 police officers in front of me." I said, "What is going on?" So she did nothing but blindside my mom. She was expecting my mom to come home late to pick up Paisley, and everything was going to be gone, including her. And like I said, I was insulted. She didn't take the nursery furniture I bought for the baby. I mean, her nursery was so beautiful. I don't know if anybody's seen pictures of it, but I paid for every single thing in there. And I told her, I said, "I can't wait to have that baby in my pool." And I had little swimsuits for her, little sun hats. I mean, I was so excited. She didn't take none of that. And to me, that hurt my feelings. I mean, if you're going to take everything else, why didn't you take the stuff that I got for Paisley? I love Paisley. I wanted her in my life. But she wanted a man in her life, and that was more important to her than her daughter's
Yeah,
future.
because all that Miss Linda was trying to control her. She's saying that Miss Linda made her go through the whole morning, um, Tyler, without no friends or nothing there. That is a lie. And I have the messages between Riley and Lakeland. They were staying up in Miss Linda's house. And I can tell you now, out of about 89 videos, I guarantee you 70 of them at least has her coming in after 10 o'clock at night. And
Yep,
about 50 of those, she don't have Paisley with her because Miss Linda has her.
yep.
That's when I was done. When she made that lie up, I was like, oh no.
She's evil. And you know what? I feel sorry for Paisley. I hate that she's going to have to grow up. Tyler would be so upset because
I may
he
be
was a
filing for a
good
divorce.
person. Like, he was a good, honest person. He wouldn't lie. He he would protect her, and he would not put up with this shit. He would be. I just pray to God he comes back, and if he does,
Mama Bear said didn't take the baby stuff, but she took Tyler's stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
Tyler's stuff that he had well before her.
yeah, she did that just to hurt my mom and dad.
The same mom and dad who did everything for her wedding, who used to take
Yeah,
her, who let her sleep on the couch because her house was supposedly so bad, but that's the house where she's taking Paisley back. Man, don't get me started with this girl.
exactly. And you know what? When they got married, my mom and Miss Kathy Mishu, who's in the group, they handmade all those flowers you saw. They are the ones who did all that themselves. I mean, her life was made so much better. And it's not about material things, but we loved her too. We loved her. We showed her
With
kindness.
your
She
mother
called me
because her
5 times a
house was so
day.
bad. She stayed with your mother because it was so bad at her house. So
Yep.
it's not about material things. It's about if it was so bad then, why would you take your child back to that?
Right. I don't understand it. I mean, me and Lakeland were very close, and she called me 5 or 6 times a day, and I did everything I could to try to make her. She's very needy, but I bit my tongue a lot, And I did it because I loved Tyler and I loved her, and I was so gonna love Paisley. Paisley came to my house. We gave her a bath. I got to spend time with her. I got to kiss and love on her. And you know what? One day I'll get to do that again. If Lakeland wants to step up and just be a grown up, let's all be grown ups here and make sure that we know that's Tyler's baby. And if it is, then the trust that we have put up beside for her, she'll get it. Give us his truck back. Give us his belongings. Stop playing games, because this is not a game that you want to play, because you're not going to win. Be a grown up.
That's not going to happen. She's not going to win.
No,
But I
she
tell you
will
what,
not.
you already know, Shay, I've showed you. The videos that I post, I control from that one app. I will take down everything that even refers to that girl's name if she does just what you said right there. If she's not going to have respect to do that, I'm not going to give a damn about respecting her, because it's just not right. There's nothing about it okay.
She needs to come forward. She needs to acknowledge what we did to love her and what she did to just walk away. I mean, it's just wrong what she's done. If you want to be with another man, that's fine. Just go about it a different way. Say, hey, you know what? I don't think Tyler's ever going to be found, but I think this is his child. I'll prove it. I want you to be a part of her life. And let's all just get along. But that's not how she handled things. What she did was wrong to my parents.
I agree.
I do too.
And you can call her up right now and ask her who loved her, who took care of her when she didn't have nothing. She would call me and say, well, me and Tyler were thinking about doing this, but she didn't even have to say 2 words past that. I would say, I'll do it for you. I paid half of her honeymoon. I paid for half of her wedding ring. I made sure that that baby's nursery was fully furnished, personalized with everything. You know why? Because I loved her. I loved Tyler. I loved Paisley, and I had not even met her yet. And that's the thing that's evil about her, is she don't know what love is.
And I don't even know if I can blame that on her. But she had the chance to learn what it was. That part I can blame on her.
And this girl was taking care of little kids. She's a pre-K assistant teacher. So, I mean, that makes me kind of worried about the little kids that she's around every day. Yelling at her own baby.
Hitting them with the flag.
Yeah, I understand that. I just feel like it could have went so differently.
Yeah, she could have done the right thing. And
it was in her power to make it go differently, and she didn't.
Right.
It wasn't on Miss Linda. It wasn't on Mr. Ricky. It wasn't even on Brian or Shay. No. She made her choices because she felt like, let's not forget, she started talking to him on February 1st. She felt like that's what she had to do to be able to do what she wanted to do. To make up something like she did about them keeping her captive and all of that. I mean, come on now. This girl's brother, who is what, 20, 21, Shay? Something like that?
I don't know how old that little shit is.
Calls 911 and tells the 911 operator, referring to Shay's mother, who's in her 60s, it's not an emergency yet, but it could become one. And then looks at her and tells her, and excuse my French, but tells her, we'll take the fucking appliances at this house we want to. Who does that? Who allows if that was my brother, after everything, they had done everything for me, I would knock him on his butt myself. Exactly. Who says something like that about a elderly woman? Any elderly one? Like, are you for real?
Right.
What's going to become an emergency?
That's called a sister of his who is a manipulator And I'm not trying to be mean, but when you're raised around, I guess, your dad being on drugs, going to jail, because we know that's the truth. He was robbing his own parents right before all this happened. He stole his mom's car. I mean, I guess she learned it from her family. I'm not sure, but
I bet you this. I'll bet you every dime in my bank account. If Aiden had been, because all them people that were standing there were supposed to be Tyler's friends, remember? If Aiden had been standing there and heard that boy say that about Miss Linda, that boy probably would have not have made it off that phone.
he wouldn't have. No, he wouldn't.
It don't make no sense.
Aiden would have handled that real quick.
But he turns around and asks Dylan, "Hey Dylan, what's the address here?"
Yeah, he didn't even know where he was at. But Dylan knew the address. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Funny. Dylan is the one she started saying. Like the whole thing is just a setup.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, I had a request. Some people wanted to know how Chaos Divers got here. And I actually had reached out to Chaos Divers, and they had worked on a couple of other cases with a few people that I've covered some true crime cases with. And so my friends reached out to them as well. They got in touch with the family and they came down, but they were only here for how many days was Chaos Divers here? Just a few, because it was so rough. They went on to cover another case. I think it was in Louisiana.
Yeah.
It was just a few days, but there is a video that Chaos Divers did about Tyler, and someone asked me if I would be willing to play that video at the end of the show tonight. And I didn't want to forget to play that video. I'd promised these people that I would walk that through, and I thought, Shay, if you had a few minutes, I'd really like for you to watch that video with me and give me any of your thoughts about their video that they uploaded. I really wish they would have been able to come back. Of course, at that time, I did not realize that the other 3 search and rescue teams were not going to get their formal invitation with the information they needed to just give them, hey, this is what the case is about. This is the terrain. This is the equipment you might need. Manpower, because these people are coming from a long distance away to come here. You don't want to come ill prepared. I mean, there's search and rescue. It's not like they just jump in the van without a plan and go somewhere. I mean, there's critical thinking that's involved when you go into planning a crew of people to go out and take on this type of task.
Yeah.
So, I really appreciated them answering back and being willing to come out and do that. So Aiden says, I saw Lakeland's brother not too long ago, and I introduced myself and told him Tyler was one of my best friends, and he said, don't take this wrong, but that's a sensitive subject I don't want to talk about.
What the heck? Shut up,
Aiden.
Amanda. Just shut up.
Thank
Just shut
you
up.
for sharing that.
Thank you.
A sensitive subject he didn't want to talk about. Tyler never did nothing to him.
Oh,
Aiden. These people burn me up.
Aiden, you're a good kid.
you really are. And I trust and believe it's a sensitive subject because he knows he was just so wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And he doesn't know the history between Aiden and his family and Tyler.
Yeah. Let's watch this video real quick, and that's where we're going to try to end things. And then if you guys have other things that you want us to talk about on these live streams, put it in the Facebook group. Let us know about different things that you want to talk about, you want us to discuss. Maybe Ella or somebody, an admin in the group, can make a post where people can just leave comments on things that they would like to see us talk about or questions that they have, and then on future live streams we can make sure that we address those things. But Shay, did you see where I showed that the billboard is playing in Conway?
Yeah, I did sit there again today though, and I didn't see it, but I guess it's playing at different times. So I was only there for like 5 minutes, but I think that we set it to play in the morning, I believe.
Here is the, before I forget, this is the schedule that it plays. Sundays and Saturdays and Sundays from 12 to 2 a.m.
Okay.
Monday through Friday is 7 to 9. And then Sunday through Saturday is 11 to 1 and 5 to 9 p.m. all week long. Just
Okay.
the 7 to 9 a.m. slot is Monday through Friday. And then the 12 to 2 a.m. is on Saturdays and Sundays.
So that makes sense why I didn't see it today when I went to get my lunch. I was like,
So
I
I
don't
just
see
wanted to
it.
make
So
sure.
I knew you had it on a certain schedule. So
Yeah. So I hope we're going to get it. Somebody's going to end up getting it. So I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to make sure that I told you about that one. So I'm going to take us over here to Chaos Divers. If you guys are not subscribed to Chaos Divers, please do so. I'm going to have to grab their link real quick. I had it on my phone, but I think I've copied so many links since then. I'm going to share the link to their channel. They cover a lot of cases, and we are grateful that they tried to come out and help as much as possible. I just dropped their link in the chat if you're interested in watching other cases. I think they were actually live today about a case. So this is a 10-minute video, and we may not watch it all. I'm not sure. It's been a few months since I've watched this video. If we go down here, this was 7 months ago, 50,000 views. Tyler Doyle, a 22-year-old man and soon to be father of 2. I don't know why it says that because
she had a miscarriage.
well, yeah, that's yeah. We went missing on January 26th during what should have been a routine day of duck hunting. And of course, they met with Wings of Hope, when they came down for a debriefing about all the facts on the case. And this is one of the days that they went out. So I just wanted to let you guys take a look at this. Do you guys see this right here? If you can see where Wings of Hope is on the left with the red trailer to the bottom left of your screen, this is Windjammer right here. This is the closest boat landing to the jetty. So if, when Shay and I were on that jet ski, we went right past this area. If you see this sandy beach that's just past right there, you guys have seen me walk along these areas right before you get to this area. I take my dog out there all the time. Sometimes I'll go live. And this jetty will cut around to the right. You see all these trees and stuff right here? Notice you can't see the jetty.
No, you
There
can't.
is nowhere from this point that you can see the actual jetty. I just want to make sure you guys realize that from this aerial view.
Yeah, and there's some real assholes that live in that neighborhood too.
Oh, yeah.
We arrived this morning to help the family of missing duck hunter Tyler Doyle. if you just take it slow, they're just small rollers.
Yeah, they're just rollers. They're not whitewater. Yeah.
Do you guys know where you're at now? This is the jetty.
Yep.
This is the jetty where Shay and I was at, and there's the rocks. Did y'all see how rough it was? It looks like it's smooth, but wait till you get on the water out there. It's not like that at all. And Shay's husband did ride out to this mile marker right here, and there are no cameras on it. Correct, Shay?
Correct. He went out there, but I wasn't going to. Because if you go past those rocks and you pass that buoy or marker, whatever you call it, that's on the north side, and that's when you do get to ride the waves to go back to the beach.
Yeah. It gets rough out there.
Our biggest problem is going to be when we have to turn. This boat is perfect when you take them head on, but
Need some big ones. Nope.
saying no.
He's saying
Wait
no.
for this break right here. That's when we get around.
Is that Brad and Shane's boat?
Do what?
Is that Brad and Shane's boat?
No.
Oh, okay.
Do you know who is on that boat?
Mm-mm.
They said that Ashley and Josh Johnson was on that boat.
Ashley Hardy?
No, it's some guy named Ashley, not a girl, which was weird to me.
Let's back it up.
It passes them.
I know Ashley Hardy. He's a guy. He's my friend.
Okay.
And
I thought you meant Ashley Hardy, Dalton Hardy, Ashley.
oh no.
Okay.
I thought that was Wings of Hope and my cousin Shane's boat, because they borrowed his boat for, I think, over 2 weeks. They kept it.
See, that was the other part was
He was
New Start
very
Home
generous.
said that's him, Shay.
That's Brad.
So what she says.
That's
That must
I'm
be.
looking
Is
at
that
they had-
Shane's big boat?
Shane had to go back to work, and he was very generous, and he let Wings of Hope keep his boat while
Okay,
he
it
went back
might
to
be
work.
the boat that JJ was leading Wings of Hope on is smaller than that one.
She said that's him, Shay.
That's Shane's boat.
She said, no, your friend.
Oh, that's
Ashley.
Ashley.
Oh, Ashley Hardy. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he came every day.
Yeah, I thought you meant Dalton Hardy's Ashley, and I was like, no.
No, Shane Hart. He is. He's a good friend. He came almost every day.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ashley Hardy. I grew up with him.
Bad.
But our biggest problem is going to be making that turn, and I don't think it's safe enough for us to make a turn. Just because they're so consistent. To just drive straight out, I wouldn't think twice, but
We're calling it everything's too dangerous. Get out there, get back.
Okay.
we can't make the turn.
Yeah, we're not gonna be able to make that turn. And if we got it made and we got in there, we ain't coming back. Not through there anyway.
What town are
All
they
right.
talking about?
It's good.
I'm so
We're good.
confused.
I mean, just we watch you come through and your nose don't down. Yeah, that's not even that bad. Get out there, it works.
Yeah, I know. I seen that. Yeah. All right, man. I'm sorry I couldn't.
You know, it did kind of look like That does kind of look like. Hang on a second. I got to take this back just one more time for my own sake here. Okay, well, who's that on the boat with Ashley?
That's who I was told was the JJ. So I'm
Brad?
assuming they meant Josh Johnson.
So I'm assuming that's Brad and who?
Well, Ashley has his own boat that looks kind of like Shane's. I mean, I was on Ashley's boat out there too one time, and he had to bring me back because I got sick because of the constant. It was just like this back and forth. The waves weren't rough, but I just can't handle that constant motion. So I'm not sure whose boat that is, but I do know Shane's boat kind of looks like that, so I'm not sure.
Was Brad riding with Shane too?
No, when Shane was out there, it was just family that rode, but he left his boat for Brad to use and hook up all his equipment to and everything.
I mean, because it kind of looks, I mean, honestly, it looks like Brad and Michelle's husband on that boat. But I could be wrong. Because it's so far away. I can't really see.
I'm not sure unless we screen. Hold on, let's see. I can ask Ashley. That does kind of look like Ashley Hardy.
Okay, wait. Somebody sent me another picture. Hang on. Okay, what about, hang on a second. Hang on. Let me stop sharing my screen for a second. I'm just going to stop sharing for just a second. Okay, hang on. Hey, y'all. All right, this is the picture I got sent.
That's the one that I thought that other one was.
I don't know who that is.
That's Josh Johnson in the green shirt.
See, here's my problem with him. Like I told him, I don't know who he is. I never even saw him. You know, AJ, I told you, like, I'm sitting in the airport and this asshole was telling me off for asking him one question, and I don't even know who the hell he is.
But I think where the confusion right now is coming in, if you look at their boat, it's like a light green.
Yeah.
When the other boat is like a lighter blue.
Who is that, Shay?
I don't know.
That's what's your name's husband, Shay?
I told you.
You think that's William Whitlock in the middle?
Yes.
And he was with Josh Johnson, and who's the guy with the red and white on?
I don't know who that guy is. I believe that's
I thought
Josh.
maybe it was Brad.
No, Brad's way bigger than that. Oh, my mom said that is Ashley. He took Brad out that day. She just 2 minutes ago she texted. She must be watching still.
I just wanted to ask. Thank you, Michelle and Ella, for that. You know, it's just important to talk about all these things, guys. I mean,
But that's William in the middle.
Okay.
Back it up to where he yells out the window. It sounds like he says Brad. Interesting. Okay.
With Ashley Hardy? Okay.
Oh, wait, hang on.
The day that Kate. Okay.
That bad. They immediately left that day.
Okay. All right.
Was that William? Ask her if that was William in the middle.
Yeah, she said it was.
Okay.
Yeah. With Brad and Ashley Hardy.
Thank you, Miss Linda.
Thank you, Linda. We appreciate that.
But yeah, she said that Michelle was on the boat too. So I don't know where she was at on there, but Chaos Divers, she said, didn't know what they were getting themselves into that day. I don't know where they're from or whatever, but
Okay.
you know, I mean,
Well, I mean that I just when I got that screenshot, we were already down on the further into the video, and I was like, well, let's just walk it back and just make
And
sure because
that's just because I really thought that was Josh Johnson because they said that's who led Brad.
that's why that's why we have these discussions,
and
So-
some other people are saying that was Josh Johnson too. I've got a message from
Mhm.
somebody else just now that says that's Josh Johnson.
Yeah, see, that's what I was told too. So I'm glad you did walk that back.
Yep. So
Thank
my
you,
mom,
Ella. I appreciate that.
My mom didn't get out on the water because she couldn't. So
Thanks, Michelle, for dropping that to me.
But that could be Josh Johnson on that boat, but that does look like William Whitlock in the middle.
Yes, so Brad and William and Shay's friend Ashley
So now I
was
have
in
to
that
ask.
boat.
I'm sorry. Is okay? Because if y'all notice, William and Michelle share a Facebook account. Now, before I made that post earlier today, I asked everybody, especially the admins, like, do you think that this is something that William would? And everybody said no. And that's not a John boat, but yet that's William in the boat with him, with Brad.
Yeah, I'm wondering whose boat is that?
I don't know.
Let me see if I can pull up.
That means if that was to mean that William left that message, that's all the more weird to me right now.
So my cousin Marie says Shane's boat is green. It's that lighter green, teal color.
That's the one where he was showing how to use the
sonar.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Where Ronnie Floyd stood there like he had no clue what he was watching.
Yeah. Because he showed it to me. I walked out there. He showed me everything he had set up on the boat, and he had some other guys standing out there, and that's when they all looked at me and they were like, DNR sonar is like Ice Age.
Yeah.
He said, I can't believe they are actually trying to say they're out here searching for stuff in the water with that ancient machine.
In my understanding, ain't that why Shane went and upgraded his, Shay, because theirs was so bad?
Well, my cousin Mark, my Aunt Laura and my mom's sister and my cousin Mark, her son, he went and upgraded his. And that's the videos I sent you for my glasses where he is just putting his boat in the water at the same dock the same ramp that Tyler put his in. And I'm walking around, just watching and hitting my record button. And Ronnie Floyd's like, well, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, he's so amazed, which blows my mind because they get how much Dutchess from that island thing?
1.6 million a year.
And their sonar is not worth the bricks holding it together. It makes no sense.
And my Aunt Laura and Mark spent, I think, less than $4,000 to upgrade theirs. And you could actually see, like, he could put something underneath the boat in the video, and you could see it on the sonar, like clear as day. But they had real nice boats, the DNR.
Misty, Miss Linda just confirmed that that's William and Brad on the boat. So, but I'm sure Ashley could confirm it also. But Miss
I
Linda
can ask
did.
Ashley about it. He really is a good friend, and you know what? He's not in any way, in any form or fashion, like into the family part of this. He was there for everybody.
Yeah.
He's my good friend. He took off work from his own business, and he helped my family a lot. So he was going to help everybody no matter what, just to help Tyler.
Molly, we're praying for you. I hope you feel better. Please get some rest. Molly's been through a lot with her arm, and she's had surgery. So y'all please say a prayer for my mod, Lolly. She's really been going through it, and she sure could use your prayers. Lolly, go get you some rest, and we love you. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Mom.
So Well, so we've got this video here. And of course you heard him say, you know, they don't think they're going to be able to make this turn. Look at them rocks. I'm telling you. See that water
Yeah.
right here?
Talking
That
about is
water
getting-
will bash you up against them rocks like nobody's business. That's why you have to be really careful, because it's really calm on one side, but when the ocean meets that jetty water, those currents are fighting each other.
Right.
It's not a good scene, you know.
That's why I wouldn't go
Let's-
that day. Remember?
Yes, yeah, because Shay was
Dad
like,
went,
I'm not going to take you out there on the jet ski.
I'm turning around.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna play it from right here and see what we got.
There anyway. All right, it's good. We're good. So we'll just travel on back, I guess.
Let me get back. Hang on, let me get back.
We're calling it. We just today with dangerous. Get out there and get back.
Okay.
We can't make the turn.
Yeah, we're not gonna be able to make that turn. If we got it made and we got in there, we ain't coming back. Not through there anyway. All right, it's good. We're good. So we'll just travel on back, I guess.
I mean, just we watch you come through and your nose don't down.
Yeah.
That's not even that bad. Get out there and
It
work.
says right there the water temperature is 57 degrees Fahrenheit, and it is 17 feet deep where they are right there. Interesting.
Yeah, I know. I seen that. Yeah, all right, man. I'm sorry I couldn't be of assistance, but maybe we can
No, I appreciate you coming and taking a look at it. It's a really good one.
flip a day around, you know, come back. But I don't know how.
Love to have you come back, man.
I don't know how long you're gonna be here.
Fine to the end,
Okay.
you know me.
Yeah,
I don't like to lose.
I don't like to lose either. He's gonna fly the drone around that little area right here, and he just wants to look at the other side.
Josh, you see the jellyfish? Right here?
Oh. Wow.
Is that red thing a jellyfish?
Another 120.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Yeah.
That was a
Oh,
big
yeah.
one.
Pink and red
Oh,
sometimes.
I'm not doing it.
So, kind of using the drone as a tool to kind of look around where we would have gone.
And y'all probably know who Josh Cantu is. For those of you that watch Adventures with Purpose and all of that stuff, he left them, and he's like doing his own underwater searches. So it was really cool to meet these people.
Trying to get around those waves over to the beach side. I think we are flying over here out by the jetties is where the accident occurred. However, after taking to the elements of floating, their search area is down over by the beach. We took their advice on what they've been doing the last 15 days on this case, and I think it was really smart that we decided to wait till we have a better vessel.
Let me stop that
Wait,
right
is that
there.
the jetty?
That's the jetty.
Why does it look so tall?
Because it is. Do you see the people right here in this video? The little tiny people at the very end, those two little dots at the end of the rocks where the white beach is? Those are people.
That's the north side, right?
Yes, this is the north side. This is
Yeah.
where the dogs were hitting in this area. So I want
And
you guys
that
to
looks
look up
high
this
tide.
beach. It is a long, long, long walk.
But he still could have got on that beach.
He still could have got on the beach. He sure
Thank you,
could.
ma'am. Thank you.
And we know because me and Shay have walked it.
Yep.
If
If it were me, I would even have crawled my ass down there on the other side and rode a wave on to the shore if I had to. So when I say he's full of shit, he's full of shit.
On Bird Island, there is about 135 acres out here of land that is above water most of the time. There is about 1,300 acres on Bird Island Reserve that is nothing but marsh.
Is that where them crocodiles are?
No, we have
There,
no
well,
crocodiles,
no
What?
alligators.
Oh yeah,
alligators, but they're not there.
same thing to me.
Same thing. Well, they're not the same thing, but yeah, they'll both eat you.
Yeah, they'll both
Crocodiles
Um,
come after
And
you.
they got some big ones in Sunset Beach. They got a monster out on Oyster Bay Golf Course, and he eats other alligators.
So there's crocodiles in Florida, but
Yes.
not in South Carolina. We have
Yeah.
alligators.
Yeah, we have alligators.
Crocodiles will come after you, but not an alligator. They're scared of people, like, because I just know, because I went on a hunt with my husband and a neighbor one time, and we were trying to kill one, and we had a hard time trying to get him to let us kill him because they kept running from us. But a crocodile will chase you, and
and it ain't chasing me because I'm not coming nowhere near that.
Gator bites are good, and they make good shoes too. You know, when people gator hunt down here, they use everything.
Misty
And with
Robertson.
pocketbooks, belts, wallets, whatever. How do ducks survive on those jetties, Misty? Well, I ain't figured it out, because I'm gonna tell you what, I've been down to the jetties a few times, and I ain't seen a duck one.
I ain't seen
So
no
I don't have the answer for you on that one, Misty.
no ducks were
Did
near
you see a
those.
duck, Shay? Because I didn't.
I've been out there, I could say probably more than 15 times since he went missing. I didn't see not one duck.
I saw a bunch of seagulls, but no duck.
And that's exactly what the people in the boating forums were saying from around there. They know seagulls be around there, but they ain't no ducks.
Yeah, and I mean, I might be wrong. I don't know, because, like, you know, we've all said, us ladies, we don't know because we don't duck hunt. But when it was calm that day and we were 2 miles out, I did see some pelicans just kind of sitting around chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm
And you
sure
got the egrets and some of the herons, they'll make nest on, you know, the mile markers or on the, you know, up and down the waterway out there. There's big nest and stuff that they have on the top of those things, but no ducks.
No, I mean,
I
why
just
would
thought
a
that was
duck
an
wouldn't
interesting.
be right there? It's too chaotic. There's boats coming in and out, waves crashing.
That's why I can't figure out why he would have even been out there.
Me either.
Okay, let's play a little bit more.
Do this. Yeah.
As much as I don't want to say this, it's too rough for us to sonar and be out there. We're going to switch days and try to come back on our trip. Hopefully we can get back. The waters are calm, but I think that low temperature coming in, plus the big storm that's out at sea.
Hello, all stations. United States Coast Guard, Charleston, Marine Safety Broadcast. Mariners are advised that the captain of the port, Dr. Charleston, has established a security zone in the Atlantic Ocean near or in the vicinity of Surfside Beach, South Carolina, to include a 10 nautical mile area of the territorial sea extending from position 3337 north, 078 39 west. Mariners must remain outside this area unless otherwise authorized by the captain of the port, Dr. Charleston, or his representative. Vessels on scene will be monitoring VHF channel 16. Break. This is United States Coast Guard, Dr. Charleston, out.
That's a safety breach. They need to have everybody out of that area.
So my mom
We
and
arrived this
someone
morning.
else just
That was interesting, wasn't it?
That's what I was saying.
My mom and someone else just messaged me that there are ducks out there early morning and late afternoons.
Interesting.
But they're
Well,
not
I'm
the
gonna
kind of
keep
duck
looking for
like
'em.
that you know would want to kill and eat or anything. It's just for sport. I mean, they're just
Yeah, I see
guess.
Aiden said there's a lot, mainly they're diver ducks, but not the amount you'd see in a swamp or in colder parts of the country. Okay.
Yeah.
I've still never seen any as long as I've lived here out at the jetty. Now back up in the inlet, yeah, I've definitely seen ducks. They like to get out there on the little in the grasses and stuff out there. I see lots of ducks on the inlet.
Yeah. I see ducks here on in my neighborhood in the waterway, but I don't know what kind of ducks they were hunting, but it wasn't like mallard ducks or, the normal ducks that you would hunt in the river, or I don't think, because I saw the duck that he picked up on the Ring doorbell, and that duck was probably one of the same ducks that was out in the ocean, I was thinking, because it looked weird and it was long, and but I don't know.
Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. I just thought that was a very weird, like they have to clear the area. I found that weird because in that Coast Guard message, they said Surfside Beach. Did you
I
catch
know, right?
that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that is so far away from the Little River Inlet.
Where are the Chaos Divers from? Were they just listening to the radio? They just probably didn't know where they were at. You think?
Yeah,
maybe?
they're not from this area. They are from I'll have to look it up and see what area.
Because to be honest with you, I'm looking at the video of them and the waves, and I mean, it looks about like what me and you were in when we went out on the jet ski. I know it was cold when they were there, and they're enclosed, and I mean, I wouldn't want to dive in that water either, but if you go around the other side, it does look kind of crazy because the waves are blasting up against the beach. But this video, to me, I don't know. I guess I appreciate their effort, but
yeah, they left and went to cover another case, and then they didn't come back. I see their YouTube channel and I see they're on Facebook. I'm just looking to see if it's gonna tell me where they are based out of. I want to say it's somewhere out west, but somewhere my phone is not being very expeditious right this second. So
So Marie just texted me to remind me that we saw ducks 13 miles out floating on the water when we were in Shane's boat. I do remember seeing a lot of them.
that is so interesting.
Here's Shane's boat. So his is a lighter green color. So I can put.
All right, let me get back over here so I can
See, his is a much lighter green, not that blue. So his is a kind of like a lime green. It wasn't that boat that was out there. But this is the boat that Wings of Hope used, because Shane was very generous to let them use it. And like my cousin Marie just said, Tyler would be alive if the water was like that video they're showing.
Aiden says the ducks are black with orange beaks. Yeah, I've seen them before. They definitely look different. Like I have a mama and a daddy duck that are having babies.
Yeah.
And my little wash, they have a little nest out here, and they come together every day and swim in my little wash beside my house, and they come back every year, and it always makes me think of Tyler.
And they mate for life.
They do. They mate for life. They sure do. They're from Illinois. Thank you, Rosie, for finding that, because I've got so many things pulled up. My little thing is, the icon is just spinning. Is from Illinois. Yes, that's probably them. All right, let's see how this is gonna end up being. Wait, go back. Did you see that break in the jetty?
I can't see anything but myself.
hang on a second. Let me go over here and this is crazy. Hang on a second. I was trying to get that pulled back up. Oh, I wasn't sharing the entire screen. That's what's going on. Okay. Let me take this back for just a second where she was just talking. There was a break right
That's
here.
the buoy we passed right there.
Let me see if it'll stop on it.
We're able to get out there with the waves coming in and everything. It would skew our sonar imaging so much.
No, I went past it.
And foremost,
That's the part I want to
idea,
stop on.
put eyes on
That
where
one
his
buoy,
boat
yeah.
went
No
down.
camera on that buoy.
Boat was recovered farther out, but we were able to get an.
And that's got to be high tide, Duchess. Don't you think?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. That's definitely high tide. And it can
Yeah.
get rough
Idea
out
where his boat went
there.
down at. Where calculations are putting him, we're not able to reach those spots right now. We want to first and foremost say thank you to the family for allowing us to assist them at this point in time. With the weather coming in, with everything, we've kind of got this perfect storm preventing us from getting to the locations that need to occur. Even if we were able to get out there with the waves coming in and everything, it would skew our sonar imaging so much. And with this being such a sensitive recovery, we want to make sure that we have the best possible conditions to search in. So with that being said, I think we are going to flip-flop our schedule a little bit, go ahead and head to our next case, move it up a couple days, and then come back to this one. They are looking at Monday, Tuesday, possibly even Wednesday next week. This weather being, it will almost be like glass out here. So that's the conditions that we're looking for. So
good luck with that. You're looking for glass-like conditions? Well, I pray for you.
So in waiting for that time frame, we're going to go ahead, move on to our next case, and then come back if Tyler's still has not been located at that time. So again, thank you to the family for allowing us to help. Thank you to Brad from Wings of Hope, North Star, for all that they've done, and for making sure that we were as up to date as possible.
Becky, that's a very good point. Y'all hear that water banging in the background against the hull of the boat? Did y'all hear that? Remember that sound when Christian Holden was on the jetty rocks? We kept hearing that sound.
Yep.
Listen to that sound in the background while she's talking.
The conditions that we're looking for. So in waiting for that time frame, we're going to go ahead, move on to our next case, and then come back if Tyler still has not been located at that time. So again, thank you to the family for allowing us to help. Thank you to Brad from Wings of Hope, North Star, for all that they've done, and for making sure that we were as up to date as possible and we were as prepared as possible for for what we were getting into with this brackish water in the ocean and everything. So thank you to them. All of
Y'all hear that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm.
Have we heard from the family? From him? I was not here for the first part. Have we heard from his family yet?
I heard from, well, actually, admin Emily reached out, and yeah, the response wasn't so nice. I gave it to Duchess. I want to try to be nice. So I'm gonna let Duchess read it
Okay.
because I'll flip out.
I know.
What am I reading?
Remember the messages I sent you earlier?
Okay, hang on. Let me get over
What
here.
they got to say.
Oh, it's an active investigation.
Oh, yes. So,
That's about what I said too, but I wasn't gonna be that nice.
the
Yeah, I
message,
wasn't gonna mouth it either.
yeah, the message basically said, well, they reached out and said, and did Ronnie Floyd, is that who I need to contact? Did he stop you from diving? We have so many questions. It would be wonderful if you would do a live with Duchess Discussions and tell us your side of what happened. Do you think that that would be possible? And the response was all information was turned over to DNR and law enforcement. Wings of Hope and North Star Search and Rescue don't do interviews on or about
Oh no, I
cases.
was talking about Christian Holden's family, not them. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm shooting a bird to them, to Christian Holden's family, not to Wings of Hope.
No, they
I'm
blocked
sorry.
me,
Oh
so
my
they
God.
blocked me, so I kicked them out. Because if they're gonna block me, they're not gonna answer me.
Right. I'm so sorry. I should have clarified that, but I was
That's
asking
okay.
if
That's the only
his family,
message I got.
if his
I didn't even
family,
know. I didn't even know that you had removed them out of the group. Y'all, I don't accept members. I don't do anything with that. If you have questions about stuff in the Facebook group, don't message me because I don't attend to those things. So,
I'm so
um,
sorry.
it's okay. I didn't even
I think
know.
Christian Holden's family.
No, I made a
Um,
post. I made a post that said, just having to do the right thing. It's not hard. I was nice. I
It's
wasn't
very
mean. I
easy.
wasn't cursing, and they
Right.
blocked me.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very easy to do the right thing because I can tell you one thing. Like I said before, if Christian Holden would have been in that boat sinking, Tyler Doyle would have never, ever left until he knew for a fact that he had answers for his friend. That they say they were, Christian's family says they were like brothers. That's bullshit. He didn't even know him like that. But Tyler, knowing him for a week, would have been out there looking for him for as long as he could have, because that's the difference in the people that we're dealing with here, the different families.
Y'all know
My
what's
family,
interesting to me? I find it interesting that Christian Holden made sure to say it loud that he wasn't going to go to the hospital until his buddy was found. But the first thing he did was jump in Hannah's car and bounce.
and leave. Yep.
Exactly.
Right.
How does that work?
And when
and
I
where
got,
was he at for the searching and for the helping and for the let me show you
Buying
where
four-wheeler
everything went
tires.
down?
it took the
Buying
family.
four-wheeler tires.
Yeah, that. And it took me and my family putting pressure on DNR, asking, well, what did he say? They had to force him to go out on their boat from a different landing so he could reenact what happened that day. I mean, and then they just went from there. So they had to force him. If that was his friend, he would have been out there. He would have talked to us. He would have been kind and polite, and he would have been sorry, even though he did nothing wrong. I mean, he would have been out there searching for Tyler. Not one of his family members came to help us to search for Tyler. And I don't even, Lakeland's father didn't even come search for Tyler. I forgot that's because he was in jail.
That's right.
But
sorry.
I don't,
It's true.
I mean, I don't remember her brother being there, but maybe one day. And I don't remember the rest of her family ever coming until it was time for the vigil. I do remember her mother cussing out one of the news crew ladies who was just trying. It was a young girl, her and Brandon's girlfriend, who her uncle is a senator. Like we give a shit. They
Oh, I
cussed
looked that up. No, he's not.
Yeah, I knew she was full of shit about that. So, you know what? I saw them humiliate that little girl. She was a young journalist who was just trying to come help our family. And Lakeland's redneck mom and her redneck friend, whatever Brandon's girlfriend's name is, I can't even remember. The girl with the long brown hair.
Brandon that said that he lied about who called who and then lied because of why he lied.
Yeah,
That
and you know
Brandon?
what? Here's the other thing. Brandon didn't even bring his girlfriend that that Casey loved so much to the landing the first day because he was cheating on her. He brought another girl.
Shame.
Casey, and you know it. So, that was told to us by
Oh,
Lakeland.
shit.
So you know what? These people are all trash, and they were not there to help find Tyler. They wanted to run off the news crew. His own mother, which you saw when I put my sunshades on my head and I hit the record button because I knew Michelle was going to act stupid. And she was talking about, I'll get a lawyer. They better get off of this property. They better get. And the lady told her, she said, this is public. This is a public landing. I can be here. And they did not want the news to be there for whatever reason. I do not know. But I was upset. I walked over to that young girl. I told her, I'm so sorry. I said, the only thing I can think of is if, somebody's out there filming, if they do find Tyler in the water. That's the only thing I don't want anybody doing. And she goes, we won't ever do that. I'm just here to help the family. And I was crying. I said, I'm so sorry for the way they treated you. But Lakeland's mom and whoever Brandon's girlfriend is, I don't even know who she is, and I don't care. They literally went 8-wall crazy on that girl for no reason. And we needed all that media exposure. The more, the better.
And Aiden, I seen your
Aiden saw
comment
it too.
for that one. You know why your friend did that? Because good people know good people, and you're good people. That's why your friend hooked up like that and came to help you.
Yeah.
That's right. That's exactly right. Thank you for being here, Aiden, and thank you for being a member.
Yes, thank you, Aiden, so much.
We really appreciate you so much.
There's you and one other one that I know without a shadow of a doubt was Tyler's real friends that I've not even had to question nothing. I've read nothing. I know you guys were his real friends.
Yes. Yep. No doubt.
This case is just, it's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing.
It's frustrating. It makes you angry. It makes me crazy. Like, you see the way I am right now. The other night I was crying. Tonight I'm mad. And
I'm telling you,
there's days I just want to if I could see them in the face, I'm going to shut my mouth right now because I'm angry some days. And there's days where I just bawl my eyes out because it's not fair. Tyler don't deserve this. Whether he drowned or not, he does not deserve what has happened to him. DNR failed him grossly. I mean, this is gross negligence. But if somebody hurt him, I promise you, with every single cell in my body, I will be the one to fight to the end. And I will have his true friends and family and my true friends right here, all these supporters. We will get to the bottom of this one way or another. I will not let my nephew, he will not just disappear. He won't.
Duchess, I sent you an email for you to look over and see if you think, because that's for the last draft of the oversight committee. And I just want to see them explain that question about the two pieces of evidence that contradict each other. How do you come to the same conclusion? Because if you're believing the Life 360, you ain't believing the phone logs or Christian Holden's statement.
Yeah,
what's wrong with his family? Like, what is wrong with this kid? Like, just come forward and do the right thing.
Record, radio, or whatever you call it.
So is this like a comprehensive report that you sent me?
Mm-hmm. That's what that is.
An amazing report.
Oh no, you
I can't wait to read it.
Oh, this is a different one?
This is completely different. It was too long. I just said, no, I did away with all that and got straight to the point.
Well, I read the other one.
I can't wait to read it.
A lot of my other family has too. So that attorney is good.
Well, we need answers. So we appreciate anybody that has come forward that's willing to help this family. And we would still like to be able to try to find a private investigator that doesn't have any ties to Horry County. I think that's the best way that we're going to have to approach this is we need somebody that doesn't have any connections locally. because we need an unbiased person to look at all the information, so we can ask the appropriate questions. I've talked to a couple people, and I think the family has spoken to a couple of people. And the conclusion that I think we've drawn is that we really need someone that's not been a former employee of Horry County Sheriff or Police Department, that's not worked in directly with South Carolina DNR. We need somebody that is totally removed from any of the local people. You know, we don't want anybody tied into this. We need somebody that's going to come in and not be like, well, this is an open and shut case, because it's not. That's just what the DNR says it is. But if it was an open and shut case, we wouldn't be here talking about all the things that were overlooked and missed and swept under the rug tonight.
Right. You know, it just surprises me how we go out on jet skis. What was it, 2 weeks after that poor little girl who was 11 years old, who got slung off of a boat right where we were pulled over on jet skis because of a big giant boat passing by, and she got slung off the boat and killed because the prop hit her in the head. So then they decide to put an officer out there with DNR to try to protect people in a no-wake zone. It takes somebody dying for them to actually do their real job.
Yeah, and that happened right there where they docked the casino boat at Crab Catchers in Key West Crazy, in that no-wake zone, right in front of a bunch of restaurants. And I was told that the South Carolina DNR turned that case over to the United States Coast Guard to investigate because a commercial vehicle was involved. And I don't know what the regulations is on that. I'm still wondering how your boat goes out into the ocean, which is, listen, in all fairness, you got to go 3 miles out for it to be international waters.
Right.
So why is the DNR covering that? Is it because there's nothing? Is it because they don't think it's considered murder or foul play? I mean, like, what makes one case be able to be turned over and the Coast Guard investigate it versus another? Are you telling me that it's just because it's a commercial vehicle? I mean, 12 people went overboard because this commercial vehicle went flying through a wake zone. 12 people fell off of a boat, guys. And that little girl
11 years
got
old.
trapped under, she got trapped under the boat that she was on because all those people went in the water. The boat was still going, and she got trapped under the prop, and it killed her.
And it killed her, yep. So I guess
you know what? Nobody's talking
Coast
about
Guard
that anymore.
because they never want to be responsible for anything when it comes to a human being.
Oh, this is an actual case. We better not handle it. We'll just turn it over to you guys.
Right.
But Coast Guard only searched 45 hours here for Tyler, and then they're like, okay, well, we're done with it.
And the family finds the waiters days later after so many people were searching. Volunteers, North Carolina, South Carolina, Coast Guard. I mean, how does that happen? That's not.
Good night, Michelle. Love you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Yeah. That's why I feel like all of these things, it's good to have a discussion about it, to talk about it, because we need to be able to decipher and part all of this information and say, this is misinformation. This doesn't add up. Why didn't they look at this? Because the misinformation, circulating that untruthfulness isn't helping anything. We have got to uncover what the truths are, the things that were missed, the things that nobody is talking about, and say, does this matter? Does this apply? Where do we find the evidence that can link that there is a nefarious situation here? Or is it possible that we just have a freak accident, and with just people moving and doing nefarious things right alongside, this situation. Because sometimes those things go hand in hand, and sometimes they can just be happening simultaneously. And it's really hard to decipher because law enforcement didn't do their job. This is
Right.
their job to be able to have to break this down. And instead, this is what we're doing. So
Right.
I really appreciate y'all being here tonight. Is there anything else that you guys want to close out with? And maybe we can have a live stream in a few more days. And I think that I saw the group is going to have like a special place where if there's things that you want us to discuss that we haven't talked about in the last few live streams that, you want us to touch on, let us know in the group. The members that are over in Discord, they let me know the things that they have concerns about. People reach out and let us know. And Tony, thank you for reaching out and asking us just to go over that TJ Brown statement. I think it was really important to just read that because that was really difficult to get
I'm
through.
trying not to laugh.
I mean, it's things like that that make you go, what is happening in this case? And that's why it's really important, guys, for us to walk it back and make it make sense. And that's why I named that, this live, walking it back. Because sometimes we have to go back through the information and reanalyze it and talk about why these things don't make sense and add up. And that way we know why we have to maintain our focus on this case, because Tyler deserves to have justice.
He does. I would like to remind Christian Holden's family to walk it back and be thankful that he's alive and it's not him that's in that water.
Very true.
And they don't
Very
know
true.
where the hell he is. So how about they fucking walk it back? That's what I got to say to them. Be a decent human being. Be a decent family. Give us those phone records. Give us some closure so we can put pieces of this puzzle together. Don't be a bunch of cowards. Walk it back. Because
Happy
you know what?
pause.
If he was out there missing, I would love to see how you would feel if you never got to see him again. Because we don't get to see Tyler again. So walk it back and let my family know what your son, his real phone records were that night. Because you bunch of cowards, you won't even give up the phone records. You want to alter them. I'm sorry. I'm very angry tonight. It's either
okay.
cry or be mad. But come on, cowards, bring it on. Get your son to talk. Or are you too scared because you know that we know something that you don't know we know? In a whole different light. A whole different timeline. I mean, I'm telling you, these people, if it was my son, I would have him front and center, helping out a family who is never going to see their family member ever again. Ever again. But you fucking cowards. Y'all are nothing but a bunch of piece of shits that you can't even make your son give up his phone records to give us some comfort and some peace and some closure. That little bastard of yours, he didn't even come forward to help look for somebody he claimed was his friend. So fuck all of y'all.
It's okay, Shay. Don't let him get the best of you.
Fuck 'em. They have gotten the best of me. You know why? Because they took away my nephew. They took away any bit of closure that me, my brother, my mom, my dad, Reed, none of us get to have any closure because those fucking cowards are such pieces of shits that they can't even come forward and talk to us because that's the kind of people they are. But if it were Tyler, he would be out there looking for your son. He would give him everything that he had, any bit of information.
We're going to get the answers. This could all come to an end if he would just come forward and just speak to the family in private and just...
This is my last time talking to this family. Fuck you. Fuck all you. Fuck your whole family. I got nothing else to say to that family. I'm done with all of them. The next time you hear from me, it won't be from me. It'll be from somebody else. So.
And she does already have an attorney.
God
Tasha.
forgive me, but I have a good attorney. So
There
fuck
you go.
you. I've waited long enough. How long has it been? How many months? How hard have I fought? Fuck DNR. Fuck the Holden family. Fuck everybody else who don't want to help my family and who don't want to have justice for Tyler. Either I cry or I get mad. And I don't give a damn about what anybody thinks about what I'm saying right now. This is coming straight from my heart. And when I cried the other night, that was straight from my fucking heart because I've been crying for months. I have took away from my own family, from my own children, because I want to find out what happened to my nephew, because some sorry piece of shit cannot even be honest, because some sorry ass bitch that he married who didn't even love him to begin with took advantage of all of us. So fuck every one of y'all. Fuck you crackhead daddy. Fuck every last one of you motherfuckers who did wrong by my family. Fuck DNR. This is what I do when they pass by my house. Fuck them. And whenever somebody loses somebody they love who's been in their life since the day that they were born, that little boy was precious to me. He was so precious to me. His own fucking mama don't even care about him. My family had to raise him. And he's gone. And we're never going to see him again. But we can't get answers out of a bunch of fucking dumb asshole rednecks. So fuck every one of y'all. Fuck DNR. It's not right. This is not fair. You know what? Tyler would support the way I'm acting right now because you know what? He was all about protecting his family.
That's for damn sure. I can tell you that 100%.
He would fuck you up if you ever came after me or my family or his brother or his daddy or anybody in his family. He wouldn't be mad at me one bit for the way I'm acting right now. And God forgive me for my bad language and for the way I'm acting. But you know what? When you love somebody so much and you have to lay in bed every night, you know you're never going to see him again. It just makes you angry.
We can take that trip together. Because this is...
We'll do whatever it takes.
This is not the perfect picture of what pain is. Like, I'm so... And she's going through this daily. And y'all aren't doing shit but sitting back and blocking people in a group. You won't even answer a question.
I mean, that stupid motherfucker Josh Johnson, you too, you little bastard. Let me tell you something. I asked you one question, you little fucking punk. I asked you what you did with a duck and then you call me a clown. I was nice to you, you fucking coward. That's what I got to say to all those bitch-ass little boys. That's all y'all are, is a bunch of fucking punks. And there you go. There's the mean side of Shay. I got a good, kind heart, but you fucking pissed me off when it comes to my nephew. I've had all of this I can take, and I can't take it anymore. I'm not going to. My family is suffering. My daddy's been sick. My mom and dad are getting older. My brother is, y'all don't even want to know. He is in so much pain. So fuck all of y'all who don't want to help us. But thank God for the ones who do. And I'm sorry.
It's okay. You never have to apologize. Do not apologize, Shay.
I just want to get it out there to those families that they can kiss my fucking ass. And I've got an attorney and I got money and I can do whatever the fuck I want to. And I can say what I want to. You fucking cowards. But I'm sorry for everybody who don't like that language.
It's okay. It's okay. Listen, I think everybody here understands.
I don't think nobody here is going to be judging nobody.
Nobody is going to be judging anybody because y'all, you can hear and see how much pain she is in, y'all.
It's crazy.
I mean, this is the struggle.
Just think
That
about it. Think about if you the. I want everybody to stop and think about the person that you love the most in your life. Never seeing them again. Never getting to say goodbye. Never getting to talk to that person again. I mean, I have my 2 children here. I have my husband, and I love them so much, but I love Tyler just like he was my own child. I have to watch my brother cry, my mom and dad cry. We're never going to get to see him again, and these sorry ass people are such cowards that they just won't even just say, hey, here's his records. Let's compare them.
Y'all know what makes this so bad? It's his stepmom. I think it's his stepmom. She lost a kid. She should know what that pain, what that agony is like.
Yeah, I mean,
And you're right, Rosie. She is in a safe place. She can share and vent because this is what we provide here on Duchess to the families where we cover their missing case.
thank you, Rosie.
This is for the family. This is for Shay to be able to say the things that she needs to say. I will never silence the family
I don't
from
have
saying
any.
what they need to say.
Right, I don't get to talk to anybody on the phone unless it's my mom, Duchess, or AJ. I don't get to vent very often. And I'm normally not like this. I'm very passive and I'm very tender-hearted, but I'm angry
It can only
tonight.
take so much.
Yeah, I can't take but so much, and it just builds up inside of me. I'm like my dad. Like I'm good for the longest that I can be, and then I just go bananas. And I'm at that point right now where I can't take it anymore. And they're not going to get the best of me. But my heart is bleeding because I just want answers for Tyler. I'm not crying because I don't give a damn about what they think of me. But I just hate that these cowards just cannot come forward and just give us what we want. I mean,
We know that the phone records were altered not just based off the 911 calls, but he's having a 4-minute conversation with the ghost card that calls in on call waiting, and yet it overlaps with the next call waiting call that was for 6 minutes. It's not possible. So we know it's there. We're going to get it one way or another. They can make it difficult if they want to, but then that's just going to piss us off even more, and that's just going to make it worse for them in the long run. Give up the damn records.
let me
If
tell
Shay,
you
you.
haven't noticed by now, I can pretty well much access anything, and you're about to make me go there. And I don't care who goes back and tells it. This lady is hurting. Give
Shay,
it up.
you are allowed to feel all the feelings. Grief looks like so many different things, and people handle it every minute differently. You know, you're good. You may be 1 minute you might be mad, and the next minute you might feel crazy, or you might feel depressed, or you might feel sad, and you might cry a lot. And you know what? It's okay because that's part of being human. And you are one of the best humans that I
Try
know.
to be.
You are the most loving, giving heart. You would give anything to anybody. They wouldn't even have to ask. Like, that is who you are. I love and cherish you. And that is one of the things that I love about you is that you're real.
I really do try
You're
to be.
real.
I really do. And I wanted to share this before we get off of here. So this blanket was made by my great grandmother. Her name was Mabel Martin. And she gave this blanket to my grandmother Rosie, my mom's mom. And whenever she passed away, I'm in my bed right now, and I sleep by myself because my husband snores, and I can't sleep with him because he snores, and I like to stay up too late. But anyway, so whenever my grandmother passed away, that's the house that Tyler and Lakeland were living in. But before they went to live there, he loved this blanket, and this is the only thing that I have of him. Is this blanket? That's all I've got of him. This, and it's only because Duchess has a good neighbor who she kept it for a long time, because she has a different kind of faith. She's Native American, and she kept it so she could get any feelings out of it, you know, that to try to give us some answers of things about Tyler. And I got it from Duchess on Tyler's birthday, and I sleep with it every night, and I'm gonna keep it forever and hold it because this is all I've got left of him. That's it. That's the one thing that our family didn't get taken from us by Lakeland, is this blanket. And thank God I asked for it early on in the search, and my mom went by and got it to give it to your neighbor.
Yeah. And I was glad that I was able to hold on to it. And when you came to pick it up and you saw that blanket, you just held it. I said, this is one of the best made quilts ever. And I said, it's weighted. I said, this is a treasure, because I know that I cherish my grandmother's quilt that she made for me when I was a child, and I still have it. And this is a beautiful, beautiful quilt. I mean, you can't buy this at Kohl's or Macy's. I mean, they can't make something this well made. And this was Tyler's favorite. And I'm gonna tell you what, I know exactly why. I know why. And I hope that you will never give that up.
I'm never going to, and I'm going to show you a picture real quick of him holding it when he was sleeping with it.
I really appreciate y'all being here to support
Oh,
Shay tonight,
April.
because I think she really needed to just, get her feelings out, y'all. I mean, she talked, not that we don't talk, and she's always been able to just say whatever she feels, but she wants to be heard. She wants to be heard. Oh my gosh, y'all, look at this.
So that's my time with the same blanket. That's him sleeping with this blanket, and now I have it.
It just hurts my heart because I wish that he was here. And that's why we have to keep fighting for answers.
So I'm either mad or I'm gonna cuss you out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the way I was talking earlier, but it's like I just felt like I need to get that out. The pain.
You gotta stop saying sorry, because you don't have nothing to be sorry for, friend. Nothing.
No, you don't owe anybody an apology. And if you're here tonight and this conversation offends you, I just ask that you log off and come back another time, because I'm not going to silence Shay from expressing how she feels. This has been a long 7 months, guys, and there has been a lot that has happened. And you cannot imagine how much stress it has been on this entire family. But your support, the people in this chat, the people that are watching this, the people that will watch this every day from here on out, will know exactly how hard it is to go through a situation like this. And that's why we have to stay united. And we have to fight these fights together. We can't be fighting each other. There's no room for fighting each other on the internet. We have to come together, because these cases are way more important than a bone you've got to pick with somebody else that you may or may not know, or may not disagree or agree with.
Right.
That's just small potatoes.
Right.
This is the central reason that we are here, is this face right here that breaks my heart, because she's like my family.
We don't get to see Tyler again. And
thank you, Barbara, for becoming a member. We really appreciate you so very much. Yes, she needs to stop apologizing, because here is where is her safe place. And she feels that around all of you, or else she wouldn't just come in here and say that.
I really just went crazy just now, and I'm so sorry. I hate to say I'm sorry again, but I mean, that's
because you have a sweetheart.
I
And
just wanted to let it out. And I won't be
listen,
here.
people they were cursing right along with you. I mean,
Good.
and this is why the peaceful protest, I think, it's good to be able to get out there and say, hey, we're not going away, because we're not. We're going to do whatever it takes. And I hope some people will organize something. Again, peaceful protest. We want to do it the right way, because I'm not about breaking the law and all of that. That's, I'm a law-abiding citizen, but we do have rights. And we also have the right to stand up for what we think is not right. And this is a call to action here in South Carolina. And that's why we're doing these live streams, because maybe this will expose something that somebody else who has a missing loved one will say, we're going through the same thing and we need to unite, because we can't be the only case out here right now in South Carolina that's dealt with this.
No.
And obviously the Post and Courier knows that.
Yeah.
So, Shay, we love you so very much, and we appreciate you just being willing to just share your raw feelings with us. And Aiden, we're so happy that you're here. And New Start Homestead, that's Tyler's family. That's Miss Marie, and we love her so much, and we're glad that she's here. And Miss Linda was listening. Hopefully Brian was listening. Maybe he'll be able to catch this stream if he didn't get to hear all of it. And I'm sure there's lots of other people that are locals that know this family, that love this family, that support this family, and know exactly what they are going through.
I do have some good news I want to share.
Okay, please do.
So a very good friend of mine who kept Isabella whenever Tyler was missing for all those weeks, she kept her, I know, for at least 3 weeks straight, so I could be at the landing. Took her to school. My very good friend Penny, her daughter Marley, is Isabella's best friend. Well, her husband is having dinner with Governor McMaster next week, and the letter that AJ had written up by the attorney, he is taking with him, and he's going to explain to him about Tyler's case, and he's going to show it to him. So
that is wonderful.
Yeah, so
that
he gets to
makes
sit
me
and eat dinner with him, and he is going to explain to him Tyler's case and hand him that and ask him to read it when he has time, and ask him to consider changes for South Carolina.
Yes. I'm literally standing up right now, but my laptop's about to fall over. I'm fixing to do a jig on the floor. Henry McMaster, listen to me, sir. We need you. We need you.
I think he's a good listener, and I feel positive about what's going to take place between the two of them talking together. So
that makes me happy.
Me too.
So see, this whole 4 hours was not in vain, y'all, because now I know that, and I feel like I can lay my head down tonight and just, every night I have such a prayer list. There's so many people in this chat right now. You're on my list. And of course, Shay is on my list, and Miss Linda and Mr. Ricky and Brian and Reed, and y'all, even Lakeland is on my prayer list, and Paisley. Aiden's on my prayer list. Like, I have so many people on my prayer list. I had to go buy a new notebook, because every night before I go to bed and every morning when I wake up, like, I literally lay my hand on that book, and I'm like, Lord, I just need you to please cover us. Today is the day that we continue this fight, and we're all going through something, and we've got to stay united. We got work to do, and we need answers, Lord. And we just sometimes it may not happen, it may not unfold immediately, but we've just got to trust the process. We've got to keep the faith and just know that we have power in numbers and power in prayer. Because the Lord's going to help us see this through, y'all. I believe in it. When you say you believe in miracles, well, some miracles look different than what other miracles look like. You know, and all I want is for my friend, my sister, and Brian, my brother. They may not be my blood, but they're like my family. And I'll go to bat for them any day. And we just want them to find some type of closure. We want them to be able to make some sort of peace. It may take time, it may take years. They may not ever find complete closure. But there's people that can do their part to help that happen before it's too late, before people pass away and never get that closure. I mean, their hearts are breaking. Do the right thing. If you know something, come forward. The family, you doesn't have to be on a public platform. The family just wants to hear from you.
Yeah, we just want to know what happened. That's all. The
That's all.
truth.
I love you, Shay. Thank you so much
I love
for.
you.
Love you too. I love both of y'all. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. And get yourself some rest
I
and
am.
call me this week whenever you have time. I know you're a busy lady, and maybe when you have time, we can schedule up something in the next couple of weeks. Maybe we can ride out on the jet ski if the weather and the current, is. I don't know what the weather forecast is going to be. I mean, it's pretty cool in the mornings.
Yeah, those hurricanes will stay out.
Yeah,
of the-
so, I mean, we'll just have to kind of play it by ear, but you just let me know. I'm gonna try to get out. My dad fell, a couple nights ago, and so I'm still, dealing with all of that, so I may have to go make a trip back home, to check on my parents soon, but, we'll fit something in. I've got more flyers that I need to hang up for Tyler. I've got more boat landings. I wanna go hit Johnny Causey and some other places, so if you're free, just hit me up and we'll go together and we'll hang up some of these flyers whenever you're free. So I hope I get to talk to you this week whenever
Okay.
you're free, but go get some rest, and I really appreciate and love you so much, and we're gonna keep fighting for Tyler.
I love you too, Duchess. I love you, AJ.
I love you too, honey. Thank
Have
you,
a good night. And we'll
Duchess.
To everybody who don't like that word, I'm sorry for.
If you don't stop saying you're sorry, you ain't got nothing to be sorry about.
Y'all, please put some hearts and prayer hands in the chat for Miss Shay. We love her so much. We love Miss Linda and Ricky and Brian.
My mom's
Please
gonna beat my butt tomorrow.
Well, I'll tell Linda she needs to go easy on you because you've been through. She knows how hard you're fighting, and you know what? She'll pray for you too.
He does.
Wait a second. Let
She
me tell
loves
y'all
you.
something about that. So Jeremiah has a cursing jar, right? And if I curse around him, I have to put 50 cents. It was 25, now it's 50 cents. So the other day he ended up getting like $7 from me. After he got that, why did I open my door and this little boy's got his ear up against the door? Trying to see if I'm going.
What have you started?
I'm done.
He's like, I know I'm gonna get some money out of my auntie.
Yeah.
Anyway, I love y'all. Good night. Thank you so much.
We love you too, Shay. Just call me this week whenever you have chance, and we're gonna get that billboard video sometime. We're gonna get somebody out there to get that video, and I'll talk to you soon. I love you so much.
I love you.
Go get you some
Bye.
rest. Good
Love you.
night.
Good night.
Okay. AJ, thank you so much. This has been a great
No, that's
conversation.
thank
And
you.
sometimes y'all look how I'm so sorry, y'all. Look, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. This
Oh my
was a
goodness.
really long live stream, and I apologize for
It
anybody who
was.
has to go
I don't
back
think
and listen to this.
I don't think you
um,
should apologize either because I think you doing this stuff just helped Shay get a lot off her chest, and I thank you so much for that.
it's just so important. Like sometimes you can't really cut a stream when important things are happening,
Right.
and you just got to let it unfold um, the way that it needs to. And that's what this platform is about. And if I have to stay live till 6 o'clock in the morning for us to say whatever it needs to say, then it just has to be what it is. So how do you guys feel about doing a regular Wednesday night live? I mean, are Wednesdays good for you guys? I mean, is there another night that you guys like? I mean, let me know in the group. Like that's something you can also let me know if there's a particular night. Like Mondays and Tuesdays aren't really the best for me. And sometimes on the weekends, I go out of town to, check on my parents because I do have to drive about 4 hours to get there. So I try to hit it in the middle of the week. And then if I'm going to be home, sometimes I can pop in an extra live stream if I need to. Um, and really, Tyler's case is the only case I've been able to go live about lately because I've had so many other things going on just in my regular life and, with my family. So I'm just trying to get everything that I need to take care of because my real life comes first. Um, but the cases are very important. So if you have a case that you want me to cover or a flyer that you want me to make, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Sometimes I just need people to let me know that they need it, and then I'm happy to do it, and I will make time to do it. So you can just let me know. So just let me know, AJ. We'll take a, we'll see what the vibe is, what people are talking about, the things that people want to hear us discuss more about, and maybe we'll meet back again. You can get in touch with me this week, and we can talk about, um, if we're going to do it next Wednesday, or if we need to have another live stream before next Wednesday because there's more things that we need to cover, then we can do that. Is there
Alrighty.
anything you want to close out with? Is there anything that you want to let people know tonight besides go over to www.cleartruth.com and make sure that you're keeping up with the website because, she could be adding stuff over there. And also if you're in the Facebook group, AJ goes and updates that Google Drive with new documents all the time.
Yes.
So
And if you got, all I'm going to say is if you ever wanted or wondered what a real example of just pure raw emotion was, y'all just seen it.
absolutely. Absolutely. And
So let's
it's
really
painful.
keep her in our prayers. And exactly, that's a lot of hurt right there.
It she just sent me a picture. And it makes me want to cry really. Um it was a picture of Miss Lyndon Tyler.
Oh my goodness.
And it makes me sad. I'm sorry, y'all.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this one way or another.
I'm sorry, y'all. I love you, Miss Landon. I love you, Shay. We're going to get answers. Cindy, I think that they shared the group in the chat, but it's also in the description of this video. When this video's over, and you go back to click on this video, you can click on the description of the video, and the link to the Facebook group and to the website is actually in the description of this video. So if you're not over there, please do go over there, and thank you guys. I really appreciate you. And I just want to say thank you to all the new members. I need to play my song for y'all because I love y'all so much, and I really appreciate your support for this case, because right now I'm the only person on YouTube that's still actively talking about Tyler's case, and I'm going to keep talking about Tyler's case. So if you want to know what's going on in Tyler Doyle's case, this is where you can find all of the information and hear information directly from Tyler's family. And I just want to say how much I appreciate all of the new members that have joined tonight. And I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me till 1 o'clock in the morning so we could get all of this information out. It really means so much to me. And it means so much to the Doyle family.
Definitely. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Duchess.
Yes, thank you so much, AJ. And I will catch up with you this week. And I hope you have a wonderful morning.
Well,
Or
it's only
night.
10.
It's still night for you
Only,
there.
yeah, it's only 10 o'clock my time.
Yeah, see,
All right.
AJ, it's good time.
Thanks,
It's good
guys.
time for her, but it's late here. So thank you, AJ. I really appreciate you. Were such an asset, and such great conversations. I mean, just being able to dig through all of this information and have somebody that can talk about it and understand it in the way that Shay and I understand it. It is just, I think it helps to break it down for other people. So they understand why the family feels the way that they do. And you're just an amazing person. And I just really appreciate all that you're doing to help this family. You are so valued.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So
I think we
I hope you have a wonderful night. And
Yes.
I look forward to us, making our list of things that we're going to talk about on our next stream.
Hopefully the Coast Guard records will be in by tomorrow, so I'll send those over to you if they come in.
Okay, that sounds
Alrighty.
good. Sounds good.
All right.
Well, we
Good
will
night,
catch up
everybody.
this week. Good night.
Okay.
All right. Talk to you soon. Y'all put some hearts and prayer hands in the chat for Miss AJ. Always something. Always a pleasure to talk with her on these live streams. It's just very emotional. Very emotional. But sometimes you have to get through the hard stuff. You have to talk it out. There has to be a discussion. And we couldn't do it without everyone here in the chat, without all of your support and prayers and love and positive thoughts for this family. And every one of you, you matter. You matter in this community. If you're in the true crime community, if you're just a local, North Carolina, South Carolina, if you're in the Southeast, maybe you've lost a loved one and you know what it feels like. Maybe you've had a loved one to go missing. You can understand the pain that Shay was going through tonight. And it's hard for me because I've heard her cry so many times, and it just breaks my heart because I want to just be able to give her the answers that she needs. And I don't have those answers. But because of everyone here that is supporting their family, we're getting closer to getting those answers. And that's what matters. And we're going to keep pushing. And I appreciate you all so much. So I'm going to play the member song for all of my wonderful members because you are so valued and appreciated. I know there's a whole lot more that were here earlier, and I did not get to play my song, but I do want to thank all of the new members that joined tonight. You guys are so amazing. Thank you for just joining us to have this conversation. It really means so much. I'll let you guys know when we are going to have our next live stream. If it's going to be this weekend, you can find that post to let you know about that on my YouTube community wall, and also on my Facebook and in Tyler Doyle's Facebook group, Discovering the Truth. So thank you so very much again for being here. I'm going to play a little video to take us out of here. And I will catch you guys later. Please rest well. If you're catching this on the replay, don't forget to crush that like button and share this video out. And please keep the Doyle and the Boyd family in your thoughts and prayers. They really need it, guys. Thank you so very much for being here. And be kind. Be kind. Kindness is free. Take care, y'all. Bye, y'all.